My mom created a fun way for us to learn the most important rules of life. Yah's command.
With Yah's Big Ten Commands, we get to see His what's best for us.
Keep Yah first.
No graven images.
Don't take Yah's name in vain.
Remember Shabbat and keep it holy.
Honor your parents.
Do not kill.
Mr. and Mrs., don't cheat.
Don't steal.
Don't tell lies.
Don't covet.
This changes everything. Get your set of Yah's Big Ten Commands at Big Ten Designs today.
Just green, take me high to the heavenlies. Why don't I just walk away? Everyone needs a little space. Moving so fast into the future. Dancing so fast, it's hard to bear. All consuming, above all the world, the wind and sea. You reach for me and lead me to the hiding place. Come away and rest. Meditate, reset. Come away and rest. Meditate, reset. Come away and rest. Meditate, reset. Come away and rest. Most High is my relief. Showing your strength is perfect even when I'm weak. Your word sustains me. I can suffer long. Nothing can change me or take away my love of y'all. Into the future. Needing answers so bad. It's hard to bear. It's all consuming, but above the world, the wind and seas, you reach for me and lead me to the hiding place.
Shabbat Shalom to all of you joining us today. Give me a quick number one in the chat if you can hear me well. That's my song, y'all. That's my jam. Denise Levon. Every time I hear that song, I'm just blessed. That's why I let it play. I'm saying that's why I let it play. I let it go because it's so much. I hope that y'all have a blessed day. Oh, praise to the Most High. You can hear me good. All right. All right. If you hear that noise in the background, it's my fan, and I'm not at all. I'm sorry. I'm in my I'm sorry. It is. All right. Okay, some of y'all say you can hear me muffled. I'm going to cut this down a little bit. Can you hear me a little bit better now? Can you hear me a little bit better? Can you hear me a little bit better now? All right. I said Sister Janice Levon. Shout out to Sister Janice Levon. I love this song. You can hear me a little bit better? All right. All right. All praises to the Most High. Now, family, y'all know what we're here for. We get another opportunity to sit down and fellowship with the one and the only International Hebrew, Brother Ron Dalton Jr. I said Ronald, but Ron Dalton Jr. I'm so glad that he's joining us once again because he has some things that he has to share with us. Okay. It's going to be a very, very interesting conversation because we've been over the last, I think probably the last couple of lives, been talking about this very issue that he's been dealing with in South Africa. And now we're going to talk to him and find out what has happened since he's met with the Jewish Board of Deputies regarding showing his film. Okay, so we're getting ready to engage in that conversation. But before we do, I also want to welcome in my very special guest who I'm always so glad to have here joining us because he's got some powerful things that he's working on as well. And y'all know who it is. I'm going to welcome in my dear brother Lorvis, who is cracking me up in the back. What's going on, my brother? What is going on with you? How you doing?
Shalom, sis. You already know we're family, and when we come together, it's a party, right? It's a good time, good conversation, always something substance. And then, of course, I want to say shalom to everybody out there. Peace and blessings. Shalom, shalom, whatever you subscribe to, salama. But peace and blessings to all of you. I pray that you all are enduring this fight, staying true, staying fortified and connected to the rock with Yahusha, bringing us back to our forefathers, back to the ancient ways of understanding and living. So, man, I appreciate you, Ashanda, always. It's good to be able to fellowship talk with our brother Ron, and likewise with you and the people.
All right. Yes. Praise y'all for that. You know, we love y'all. We love you. We love you. That's when we come back every single time, right? It's crazy. I mean, we're just so glad that y'all has allowed us to even get an opportunity to speak with all of you and the minister. And with that in mind, I'm going to welcome our special guest. Yes, his name is Ronald, but I call him Ron. Okay, that's why I was tricked for a minute. All right. So with that in mind, brother Ron Dalton Jr. in the building. Good to see you once again, my brother. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. Yeah, always glad to be on YouTube.
I don't know what happened to us in the back, y'all. I don't know what happened, but praise y'all for allowing you to come on once again. We're always glad to have you here, and I know that the Most High has been like doing a lot for both of you, and we'll be talking about specifically what happened when you had to go and face the committee. All right, the Jewish Board of Deputies in South Africa, because you wanted to show your work at the Soweto Theater. But before we do, Ron, I want to jump in really quickly because there's another project that has to do with artistic work that Brother Lorvins is getting ready to jump into, and I wanted to hone in on that because what I want to do is help us to understand that the Most High is laying out the framework for all of us to be able to do incredible things. And Brother Lorvins, you are getting ready to put out your first short film. That's amazing, y'all. I got the flyer. I'm going to show it, okay? I'm going to show the flyer real quick, and then tell us about what's going on with your project, and then we're going to jump right into Ron and what happened with the Jewish Board of Deputies.
All right. Well, just a quick correction. Just how this all happened is just crazy because it actually sort of kind of involved Ron as well. So this is a film by Haji Golightly. So a film by Haji Golightly, which features me and a few of my brothers and sisters and some other folks. So, but just so you all know, because it does it from One Line Production. The way this really happened, because you already know, I'm not like the type that kind of like being out there like that in the sense. It's almost like through obedience, I do it. But the way this film sort of kind of happened, or even going down this route, Ron, remember when we was on the phone with the brother who was trying to connect us with like the whole Farrakhan situation, but it didn't work out, right? That part didn't work out. I mean, you end up, talking to them anyway, but the way that happened, we was introduced to this brother who lives in California. And so what happened was it didn't go through, but a year later, the brother, and it was through a sister. So a year later, I called his daughter back, and this sister put me back on the phone, and he was saying, "Hey, what happened to that brother, who was doing the film thing?" And she mentioned Ron. She said, "No, the other brother," which happened to be me. She said, "Lorvins?" She's like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yeah." So he ended up calling me back, and he was like, "Man, brother, because of," he said, "Do you write movies or whatever?" I said, "Nah, I don't write movies. I don't act. I don't do none of that." He said, "Man, but because," he said, "I don't know. That was the first time I ever spoke with you because of your heart and your drive and your hustling and the way that you're working in this movement." He said, "It just compelled me to call you back a year later with my daughter to see about if that's something you'd be willing to do." I said, "Look, if you strongly believe in me like that to be able to get something like that, I can try." You see what I'm saying? But it's just so happened the Most High had a ram in the bush, which was Haji. Haji has that experience. He used to act in the industry in Hollywood and all of that. And so I called up Haji. I said, "Man, remember 2 years ago?" I said, "Man, most likely the Most High going to use you in what you got going on." So this was a moment that even as Israel, we have to understand when we should decrease, right? So I was like, I don't do that. So I'm going to decrease. I'm going to allow Haji to increase in this because the Most High used him for that. And then one thing leads to another. Haji said, "Man, I'm going to write this film." And then he just happened to put me in it and some other folks. But it's just the way the Most High works. And this is how that film actually became. So, you know, there may be people that's like, "Oh, yeah, there you go again. Now he doing this. Now he doing that." Trust me, a lot of the stuff that happens and that I do, there's always some sort of divine way that I believe that the Most High is moving, that he allowed these things to happen. And so now Haji, along with line production, we're going to be able to put out different films and things of the nature. So the first film that we have that we've just completed and that we are promoting now is called Consequences. And that was the flyer that you put up. All praise to the Most High, man. So our job really, and even with Ron, is to put the narrative, our narrative, you know, in all these different movies, you see they portray us a certain way. And we are aiming to put things in reality, but put our narrative on it. And when I say narrative, through truth, though, according to truth, we're not gonna sugarcoat nothing. We're not gonna soften anything. We're gonna tell it like it is, just like the scripture does. It tells things that it tells our downfall, but it tells our victory. And we can do the same thing by relaying truth, even through artistry in the movies. So this is how this all came about.
That is a powerful, powerful story. Do y'all see that unification is working together?
Yeah.
And this is what we've been talking about for the longest time, is sharing our narrative. This is why we're here today, because of work like Hebrews to Negroes, because of what you're doing with Consequences, and so many of others of our brothers and sisters who are putting out the work and rewriting the story. And I'm so glad to see that y'all are working together on this project, and that there are going to be more projects that then tell all that y'all wants to tell the story from his people. So we're excited. And the trailer is going to be coming out soon also, right?
The trailer will be released on July 1st. So y'all look, I ain't no Denzel and I ain't no Cuba Gooding Jr. You know, I'm going to lay that on the table right now. So you might be like, Lord, you corny. You bet I probably am, because I'm acting. That ain't my thing. But our job is really just for the message itself. And as things progress and as things get better, I'm sure I'll get better. I'm sure the people around me get it. I'm sure we'll be able to use more people that have even way better talent than I do when it comes to that type of stuff. But like I said, I'm no Denzel. And I pray that you guys support this. You can go to onelionprod.com, onelionprod.com, and then July 1st, the trailer will be released. You'll get a snapshot of what to expect. I'm not going to give the storyline, but it is about basically a brother, you know, who's in the industry, and he finally have this awakening, and his whole thing, he's switching up, and the industry just doesn't like it. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to do everything in their power to stop this dude from really listening, going back to his roots. You know what I'm saying? Back to who he is, and rejecting the world as it pertains to music. So, but you see, even with the Ron Dalton situation, this came out of that. You see what I'm saying? So had I not known Ron, had I not been involved with everything he's got going on, the Most High would have not. Well, he would have done it some other way. But you see how he does it, though. I had no idea this was going to come out of that, and but needless to say, it did. So praise Yahuwah for that.
We are so excited for you. We are. Y'all give them some hand claps in the comment section. Yes, big congrats. We can't wait to see the trailer.
And of course, we're gonna release it. We're gonna release it on a different platform, but H2N TV, you'll be able to check it out there. We're gonna make sure we send the movie to Ron. He's gonna put it on that platform. Keep the content feeding each other. You know what I'm saying? Our platform. So.
Yes, indeed. And I hope Shalom Home got blog too. I hope we get an opportunity to share some of the love. I hope so. But family, just support the projects and the works that we are doing, because it's that's how we're going to keep moving. That's how we're going to continue to grow and progress. And now we get an opportunity to hear how the Most High has been dealing with our brother Ron Dalton and laying the hammer down on the Jewish board of deputies in South Africa. Come on with it now, brother. Let us know what has been going on with you.
The Jews, since I got to South Africa last year or before that, they had filed a petition and a complaint with their lawyers to ban the movie Hebrews to Negroes. And the way that they had to do this was to attack the South African Film and Publications Board and to get them to classify the film as double X, which is like what a child pornography video would get. And that would legally allow them to ban the movie in South Africa. And they wanted to do this under the cloak of disguise, without anybody in the South African media knowing about it. And they tried to shut down the sort of theater event that we had last year, but they failed, and then they continued to actually try to ban the movie after that. And I had to make representation against all their claims and all their allegations against the movie, and the lawyers, what they put together. And me and Lawrence, we talked about this with Benea last year, and we actually defeated them. And they filed an appeal because they didn't agree with the decision that they got defeated. And so they came back to the South African Film and Publications Board and said that you guys made a mistake, and you should not have allowed this movie to be rated and classified under 16P, which is 16 prejudice, meaning that the movie contains some prejudice, but it's legal for those 16 years and older. And they wanted them to re-watch the film, the committee, and then to reclassify it with the hopes of getting an XX rating, which would make it illegal in the country. And so they did this, and so I had to meet with them on June 25th at the head office of the South African Film and Publications Board. And when I got there, they were already there, sitting with their lawyers. The lawyers had this huge briefcase. They had all these documents in it, and when I walked in, the lady at the front desk, she says, the black lady, she says, "I know why you're here," and she was smiling. And I said, "Oh, you know who I am?" And she says, "Yes." And I said, "Oh, okay." And she says, "They're ready for you." And I looked to my right, and I seen the lawyers sitting down, and I seen the Jewish people sitting down in the room. It was nowhere really for me to sit, and so I stood up, and I said, "Okay, well, is the other party here?" And they say, "Oh yeah, they're right there." I said, "Okay, I thought so." And so they took us to the office, and the Jews and the lawyers got up, and they went to the head office, to the boardroom, and we all went into the boardroom. It was 5 of them that came, and then it was me, and my associate, my driver, and we sat down. And the South African that was with me, he just looked at the whole scenario, and he said, "Man, they're doing all this for a movie? All this for a movie?" And I was like, "Yeah, they're doing all this for a movie." And so we sat down, and they they had to go first. So the order of the meeting was that they had to present all their allegations, all their complaints, all their concerns in regards to the movie being anti-Semitic, being advocating for hate and violence against the Jews, and painting the Jews as a diabolical, evil people whose plan is to control the world and destroy it and all sort of stuff. And so I said, okay, well, they get to go first. So they went first, and they had witnesses, they had the lawyers talking, and so they took over 2.5 hours. And when we were in there, we sat there and listened to 2.5 hours of their defense. And we were quiet. We didn't say anything. I just was just listening to the constant talk about anti-Semitism and hate speech, and that the movie was not a real documentary. That it was all based on allegations and forgery and falsehoods, and it lacked merit. It lacked any type of truth, so it can't be seen as a bona fide documentary. And I just sat there and listened, and then when they got done, I said, "Whoo!" I said, "Thank God they're done," because they kept saying the same thing over and over and over again, like a broken record. And I was like, the people that were in there listening, I could tell that they were getting tired of hearing the same repetitive anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism. And so then after that, they went, and then it was my turn, and I actually had prepared a presentation for them to look at. The committee. The committee was there, um, and the committee are the people that are going to look at the film. Uh, kind of like when you have a jury. The jury does not know why they are there. They don't know who is the one being accused of a crime, and they just know that there's a defendant, and there's somebody that's the plaintiff. And so they don't know anything until they start hearing the case. And in this case, the committee, they know about the name of the movie, Hebrews to Negroes, and that the South African Jewish Board of Deputies had an issue with it, and that was it. They hadn't seen the movie yet or anything. They may have Googled it and seen what people were saying about it, but they had not yet seen the movie. So they wanted to hear the both sides of the party. And so when I went, I made sure that I wanted the committee to actually see and hear everything that I needed to say to them, because at this point now we're not giving them a random opportunity to just watch the movie without any type of coaching or instilling a bias or opinions or prejudices from any party. And so, since they had to do it this way, and the Jews were trying to convince them that this work was anti-Semitic, and if it was filled with hate speech and the incitement of harm, and all these conspiracy claims and falsehoods and allegations and forgeries and things that were labeled as not true, then I said, okay, these are allegations. I'm gonna have to respond to each point, because I don't want any of the committee to start getting in their mind before they watch the movie that this movie is intended to be anti-Semitic and to spew out false information, and different kinds of conspiracy theories and things of that nature. So this is the reason why I had to put presentation together, which I mailed it to Ashanda. So either Ashanda can show it or I can share the screen and show it. But you know, they did not expect the things that I was going to say in there. They were not prepared to see and hear everything I had to say. And there's a scripture that says that the enemy flees when no one pursues. And the whole time that they were speaking, we all sat in our seat. All the black people that were there, not affiliated with the South African Jewish Board of Deputies. They all sat there. They didn't say anything. They just listened, and we didn't get up to go to the bathroom. We didn't get up to go talk on the phone. We didn't whisper amongst ourselves. We didn't talk or distract what they were saying. But when I started to bring forth all the evidence, all the truth, then they started to get very antsy and nervous. They started to turn red. They started to squiggle and squirm in their seats. They started to move around. They started to throw their hands up in the air like this. And they started to close their computers. They were shuffling papers. They were whispering back and forth amongst one another, like doing this. And they were, you know, just making some side comments that some of the stuff I could hear and I couldn't hear. And some of them were getting up and walking back and forth with each other in the boardroom and like talking to each other. Like they one would get up, walk all the way to the another Jewish guy, and they will start whispering or talking like this, and then they will go back and sit down. And then you know some of them actually got up and left, and then came back because I think that a lot of the truth that I was hitting them with was so heavy that they couldn't take it. They couldn't take it, and a lot of them sat there and they were uh, like in their face, you could tell that they were amazed at the stuff I was reading to them and what they were hearing with their own ears and what they were seeing on the screen. And I think they had a lot of them had they had a look of remorse and guilt because what I was hitting with was so truthful that they could not deny it. This is stuff that they can't deny. They can't say it's falsehoods, it's fictional, it's forgery because everything I gave them was backed with facts, and they just sat there and had to swallow it, and it was uncomfortable. And you know, so Sean, I emailed you the presentation. I don't have to go through all of it, but I can talk about I kind of skimmed through the major points that I was hitting that day that caused them to really get fired up and angry. And mind you, there was an Indian guy in the room, and he sat there, and after we were done, he was like, "Wow." He said, "Wow, that was a lot. Man, it's interesting. Man, this is amazing." And he was just so blown away at the stuff that I was saying that he almost looked like when he went home he had to like release because all the information he probably didn't understand and know any of the stuff I was telling him about the history and the truth that's behind the documentary and the defense against their allegations. So the PowerPoint is what I want to show you guys today that I used to destroy their allegations and claims.
And while you pick that up, get that PowerPoint up, Ron, speak to because I'm looking at the complaint, right? And they sent you a complaint in regards to them being like a member of the public, right?
Yeah.
So I believe you mentioned to them the percentage, even of the public that they are in South Africa. How
Yeah.
did you counter this? Because when you read this thing, it's almost like as if they're arrogant. Like everything they say that the African Film Board, they supposed to listen to what they say. No matter what their complaint is, they're supposed to just adhere to it. What did you say to them? You and I had a conversation. How they're just trying to flex their muscle in relation to this. So, what did you say to them as far as them being part of the public? Because their whole thing is we're a member of the public, and we have the right to refute or try to get this movie banned.
Yeah, there's a clause that says if the movie is a bona fide documentary uh, with artistic, scientific, and literal merit, and it is a public interest, then you cannot label the documentary as a documentary made to harm or incite harm or violence against the Jews. And in terms of public interest, I said, listen, I said, there's 60 million people in South Africa. 80% is black. Another 9% is half black, half white, the colored population. And I said, the Jews are about 60,000 people in South Africa. So if you do the math, 60 million South Africans, 60,000 Jews. I said, you guys are 0.1% of the population of South Africa. So the public interest is going to be the majority people in this country. And it's black people. And I said, this is a movie with a targeted audience of black people. Um, and the reason why we know this because it's on Amazon under history, documentary, African American or African, and in the title it says Hebrews to Negroes. So we already know in the title that it's a movie about Black history, and they are an underrepresentation of the population of South Africa. They're not the masses. They are probably the most minority in South Africa. So what they are saying is just a lot of complaining and whining about what they feel should not be allowed to be seen by adult South Africans that are sovereign human beings that have the ability to watch a movie and determine whether they agree with it or they don't agree with it. Just like Kyrie Irving said later that there were some things in the documentary that were unfortunate, and that some things that he didn't agree with, which is fine because we don't have to believe in everything that we see on TV. This is all part of us forming an opinion and looking at these things and going and doing our own due diligence and researching this stuff. And so, but the Jews do not want people in South Africa to even have the chance to do their due diligence to watch the documentary and then go back and see if they can fact check everything I said to see if it lines up with what I'm saying. And this is the reason why I had to do the presentation to counter all the allegations that they were spewing to prove to the committee that the movie was grossly anti-Semitic.
What are some of the things, sorry, that you said and put it in basic terms where you were countering, like some of the more popular stuff where really you kind of like you had a switch and you were really beating them like a child. So what were like some of the things that you said that they really, when they started turning red and started taking off their pearl, whatever, the little hat that they wear. So what is it that some of the things that you were saying?
Well, I gave an analogy. I said if I came to if I was in class in a history class, and a professor, let's say a white professor, and white students in the classroom with me, and he was teaching on the colonization of the Congo by the Belgium and King Leopold the First. And let's say he said that 5 million Congolese died in the Congo by the hands of the Belgium. And then I raised my hand and said, actually, I think it was more than 10 million Congolese that died in the Congo at the hands of the Belgium. Now, the teacher can say, no, Ron, I think it was about 5 million that died. And then the other students in the classroom, whether they're white or Indian or Arab or Chinese, they can say, actually, Ron, you know, that nobody knows the exact number of how many people died in the Congo. So how can you sit there and say it was 10 million plus that died? I think it was actually 3 million, Ron Dalton. You know, just by them saying that, they have a right to their opinion. You know, I'm saying something 10 million, they might say 5 million. But, you know, just because somebody says this is how many people that died, does not mean that anybody in the room or in the world have to accept your statistical number as fact. There's no law that says that I have to accept what you say is fact in terms of how many people died in the Congo or the transatlantic slave trade or Arab slave trade. You know, if you want to say that 10 million people died, you want to say that you want to say that 200 million people died in the transatlantic slave trade, then okay, you can say that. But you can't punish a people or anybody because they have a different viewpoint and agreement or opinion about the number of people that may have passed or died in any type of event where people were massacred. And I said that's just something that we now are seeing, that people are being punished. They're being punished because they don't agree with certain things, and because they speak out and they say if I say we are the real Jews, somebody should be like, well, I don't care if they say they're real. If I say I'm the real Egyptian, I'm the real Cushite, I'm the real this, then let them say that. If you say you're the real Egyptian or the real Jew, and he says he's a real Jew, then hey, both of y'all say that y'all the real Jew. But why does somebody have to be punished for not believing in what you say, as if they are the law? Like there's a law in the Constitution that says that you cannot disagree with any statistical number on how many people died in this time event, or you can't agree or you cannot disagree with the fact that we are the Jews. And you could say this all day long. You could say, I cannot be anti-Semitic because I am Shemitic. No, that doesn't give somebody to say, well, Kyrie can't say that because he's not Shemitic, so we're going to punish him. Because at the end of the day, like I said in the meeting, I said Roseanne Barr is a Jewish lady, and she flat out denied the Holocaust on public media. And did she lose her channel? Did she lose her TV show? Was she asked to pay $500,000 to the ADL? Did she get suspended? Did the media come after her and say that she needs to get sensitivity training and meet with the rabbis and all the stuff that Kyrie had to do? Did she lose deals with different organizations because of what she said? No. But Black people are the ones that are punished in America for saying things that they believe to be true, or they have an opinion, and the other people don't value your opinion. It's like it's their truth, and you either accept it. If you don't accept it, then we're going to punish you for not accepting it. And that's wrong.
Of what they were saying with the punishment that they wanted to be for South Africans for even viewing your film. What was the punishment again that they wanted?
Oh yeah. So in the meeting, they said, well, Ron Dalton is saying that we're trying to make it a fine and a penalty to watch the movie Hebrews to Negroes. And that's a lie. And I listened. I said, okay, we're going to address that when you get done. And when we started, I asked the question. I said, what is the penalty of somebody that watches, distributes, or exhibits a movie that is classified under the XX rating in South Africa? I said, do you get jail time or a fine? Yes or no? I asked her to the FPB, and they said, yes, you do get a penalty, and that penalty is jail time and or a fine. And I said, so here it is right here. They telling you out their mouth that if you was to distribute, exhibit, or show a movie about like child pornography, then yes, if the authorities find out, if the FPB finds out, then you're gonna be in trouble. And the Jews were, misinformed, and they said this in their defense. And I said, no, these guys are not doing their research. It's in the articles. It's in the laws of the South African Film and Publication Board Act. And these are lawyers that should know the acts and the rules of the South African Film Publication Board. They should know this. I knew this because I've read it myself. But they falsely said this, and I said, no. Because if you classify this film as XX, that means that it's illegal to watch in South Africa. That is their goal. So your goal is not to make it 18p or like a movie that you can watch. It just has a different rating on it, like rated R or PG-13 or whatever. I said, no, your goal is to not allow it to be seen in the theaters, to be even allowed to be exhibited or distributed or shown at Soweto Theater. That's your goal. Yes. And they sat there and they didn't say anything because that is their goal. You don't want the movie to be seen, period, in South Africa. So they sat there and I said this, and they were as quiet as a mouse, blank face.
Wow. Okay. So, I'm hearing all of this, and I can't help but to think back about how we're told constantly that the state of Israel is a land for God's chosen people, and yet I'm trying to understand how, if the state of Israel is a land for God's chosen people, then why is it that the Jewish people are trying to control a people in a land that they don't even claim?
Well,
I don't understand that one. Break that down for me.
Thing. And I said this. I said, Zionism is the right to exist and to have your own land and to do things in your land. Yes. Because I read the definition of Zionism, and the right of the Jews to have their existence and live peacefully in modern day Israel. And I said, you're in Israel, the Holy Land. That's what you say. And I said that you are, according to the world, God's chosen people. You are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I said, you don't teach that Black people in America and in Haiti and Cuba and the Bahamas and Jamaica, you don't teach in people in Africa, in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, South Africa, you don't teach that we are the Israelites. You don't teach that we are the descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel, just like you. Do you? And they sat there quietly. I said, you don't. So we're living in a pagan Gentile land. We're essentially Gentiles, right? Goyim. And I said, we are not the descendants of Shem. We are the descendants of maybe what you call Ham. So therefore, we're living in the land of Ham. We're Gentiles. You may see us as pagans. So why would God's chosen people care about what pagan Gentiles or Hamites are doing in Africa? Where we're pagans and Gentiles and we're showing movies to each other about Black history, why would you even care? Because at the end of the day, if you know that you are the descendants of Jacob and you're in the Holy Land, that's you got it all. You got the land, you got the language, you know your identity. The whole world is teaching and believing this. We see it in media, we see it in TV, movies, in church. We see that Jesus is white and he was a Jew, and the Jews are white, just like Jesus. So the whole world is under the impression that yes, the Jews, the Israelites are white. So what is it? I mean, the message is clear that the Jews are white. Jesus is white. The Bible is pretty much a white laid narrative book, and we're here in the black continent, the dark continent, a third world country, and you don't want some people here to see the movie. Why? And I asked that question, and of course, what they're going to say is that it's anti-Semitic.
Wow. Okay. So at the end of the day, Mein Kampf is still on Amazon, correct?
Yeah. All that is in the PowerPoint. I brought some interesting stuff that is the truth. Like none of the stuff I'm saying is an attack on anybody, because they can say, well, he's attacking us. No, I'm giving you truth. So you can't attack me because I'm giving you truth, because I'm not giving you feelings and biases and opinions. I'm simply showing you the facts. So get mad at the facts. Don't get mad at me, because I'm not the one, pulling this out of the sky. I'm backing up everything I say. And that's what they did not like, because I countered every argument they had with facts. It was not Ron Dalton's opinion, Ron Dalton's bias, Ron Dalton's feelings. Like Ron Dalton hates this group of people. No, these are just the facts, and you gotta deal with the facts. That's it.
Well, the people want to see this PowerPoint presentation, and I do too. I have been waiting actually all week to. I was telling Morvis in the back, I said I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that room hearing this conversation, because I know that it was powerful. So we're getting ready to show the PowerPoint presentation. Just want to give a shout out to those of you really quickly who are supporting the platform. Thank you so much to Know It Poet 77 for becoming a new member of Ashanda at Large. Thank you. I appreciate your membership, as well as all of my monthly supporters. I really appreciate you. All praises to y'all for the $20 super sticker. Thank you so much for your gift. I appreciate you as well. And Brother Dion Away, thank you so much for your Cash App. I appreciate you as well. And you can support this platform. Do so through Super Chat, Super Sticker, all them supers, okay? Cash App, PayPal, you can do so. And at this point, I am ready to show that presentation, because we know that it's about to be lit. I'll take a look here. Can you see this? Brother Ron, can you see that? Is it showing?
Yeah, I think you got the you didn't get the updated one, man. Do you want me to go ahead and just put the updated one?
Yeah, you go ahead and share it on your end then.
Okay.
All right. And while you're doing that, again, family, I just want to encourage you all to support the work that we're doing on our various platforms. For those of you who are just tuning in and didn't get an opportunity to see that we were talking first about Brother Lorvins and the project that he is working on, his first short film, first of several that are on the way, called Consequences, inspired by true events. It is starring him, Jareem, Go Lightly, Jay Lush, Brother Jay Lush. All right now, y'all part cute. That's my sis, okay? And how she Go Lightly the second. Listen, y'all, this is going to be found on One Light Production. So onelightprod.com, www.onelightprod.com. And the trailer will be coming out for this on July 1st, which is like 2 days from now. So we are so excited about the work that they are doing. And now let's go ahead and pull that PowerPoint production up, that PowerPoint presentation, excuse me, so Ron can show us how he obliterated the South African Jewish board.
Okay. So when I blow it up, can y'all see it or no? Because if y'all can't, then I have to go back to the other way.
I can't see it when it's blown up, but I can see the slides.
You can't. What you can still see. Okay. So it's big enough you can see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can see me moving it.
It's on the one slide. Move around to like a second or third. I'll see if that moves in my end.
Is it moving?
No.
No. Okay. I got to do it like this then. All
Get
right,
your
that's fine. All right, well, this I might have to do it like this. Is this fine? People, they see it?
I think that was slide 4. So yes, you can go back to slide 1 then. Yep.
Okay, let me make it
There you
bigger.
go. Much bigger.
I think this is hey, this is
Okay.
better. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna say is that none of my opinions and views are the reflected on Ashanda and her channel or Lorvin's in her channel. So this is like a disclaimer. You know, if you get upset and mad, get mad at me and bring me all the smoke and bring me all the heat. So if you need to do a YouTube video, Ron Dalton calling me out. If you want to debate me, any of the Israelite leaders, top Israelite leaders, they don't like what I have to say, then simply email me at Hebrews to Negroes at yahoo.com and we can debate. I've been here for years. So it is what it is. So here we go. You know, and I added some stuff just so people that in YouTube world, whether they're from Africa or America or the Caribbean, they can understand what's going on in the minds of Ron Dalton. Okay, so let's just keep going. So it was clear in the meeting that the South African Jewish Board of Deputies they know about Hebrews to Negroes. They said in the meeting that their counterpart is the ADL. They said the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, is our counterpart, and they are in communication with the ADL. They said in the meeting that before I even started, I asked them, I said, can I record this meeting with my phone? And they looked and they sat there and they were kind of quiet. And they said, why? And I said, because I want to have a record of what's all been taking place today. And they said, well, we would not like that to happen because we know that you're on social media and you do a lot of posts on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, and we don't want your followers to run with anything that was presented or seen or happen in this meeting as ammunition or as a way to fuel the fire and get your followers all riled up because they said that they do they admitted in the meeting that they followed my social media post and they quoted some of the comments of people that were talking about the post and they were saying see, this person said this, and he's saying this about the Jews, and this is just incitement of violence and hatred, and this and that. So they're looking at all the posts, they're looking at all the comments, they're monitoring and surveilling Ron Dalton on Instagram, on Twitter, and TikTok, and they let us know that in the meeting. So they know about us. And they also knew and confirmed that they knew that I was going to show the movie at Swarto Theater, July the 13th. They think that I'm showing the old movie, but it's actually the newest movie that I'm showing at Swarto Theater. I think that maybe they think that they're trying to ban it before I can show it again or show another Hebrews to Negroes movie on July the 13th on Saturday. And this is going to go down in history because I'm going to be speaking on some things in regards to the true origin of the BRICS nations, Brazil, China, India, Russia, and other nations that are listed in Ezekiel 38. I want to tell them who they are today and how we can trace their lineage back to Genesis 10. Because, Russia, China, India, Brazil is not in our Bible. And we need to know who they are. and why did South Africa join the BRIC, making it BRICS. So all this is going to be explained, the Daniel statue, the legs of iron and clay, including Ezekiel 38. This is all going to be explained. And before I just get into the meat, Lawrence knows, as they know about us in America, they so know about us in Africa. And while we were in Tampa, before we had the Great Tribulation Conference, the people did call the event to try to cancel the event. They tried to cancel the event in Tampa last year in November. So they know, they're following what we are doing in America and in Africa. They don't want to see us gathering. They don't want to see us coming together. They don't want to see us looking at a new movie, getting newfound information, talking about Africa, relocating to the continent, understanding the different kingdoms of Africa and their connections to the Israelites, or even the true route of the biblical Exodus. And for that reason, I also want to plug in the African Diaspora Land Acquisition and Development Group that we are doing in Africa the right way, not the scam way, not the defrauding your neighbor or your brother way, the way that we need to be doing it in Africa, coming together, unified, using group economics, using unity and love, and just getting stuff done. The Bible says that we're supposed to do this. We're supposed to come together. It says this, and we're supposed to see a period of increase. Ezekiel 36 talks about these things. A period of increase on the mountains or amongst the mountains of Israel, where you have villages and people living in safety and rest without bars or gates. This is not talking about America, it's talking about Africa. So again, you can email me since I'm not on YouTube anymore. I'm banned from YouTube. Connect with me, HebrewSingles@yahoo.com. Now, one thing is clear. And people may not like what I have to say, but this is what I have observed in dealing with these things since I got here to South Africa in 2022. Because a lot of the people that we see here pictured, they have been in Africa, or they are in Africa. They're already in Africa. And they are educators, philosophers, historians, pastors, medical doctors, lawyers, philanthropists, leaders of organizations and political parties. But we have to understand that for many years, many years, sometimes even decades, many of our Black leaders have been on YouTube speaking a lot of what we see as positive things for the advancement of Black people for over a decade. And you can get 50,000, 100,000, you can get 500,000 views on YouTube. And this is constantly, every day or every other day, we are seeing organizations like the ADDI, Albert Kana, the former head of the African Union, now head of the ADDI, Joshua Mponga, African Zimbabwean philanthropist, historian, pastor / bishop, Pan-African. Same thing with Dr. Umar Johnson, Pan-African. He called himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Minister Louis Farrakhan, PLO Lumumba, Kenyan lawyer and activist, also Julius Malema. We have to understand that one of the things that I've seen, and you may have all seen, is that all these great leaders in their own right, they don't talk about Bible prophecy, who we are, who the other nations are, and what the prophecies says. Therefore, if we understand that the Abrahamic religions, the Catholic Church, Judaism, and Islam, they understand who are the Israelites and the prophecies that surround them. And they understand that all these other nations have a biblical origin. If you do not touch on identity of self and who you are, your past, your present, your future is going to be all out of sync. You're not going to know where you're going. And those that are right and tell the history control the future. Those that control our history and write our history, the victors, the colonizers, the invaders, they control our future. So we don't start to align with what the Bible says, then none of these African Black leaders are not a threat. They're not a threat to the powers to be. Therefore, the powers to be that are the CEO and founders of YouTube, Google, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Netflix, Amazon, many of the media companies, the founding distribution companies of Hollywood, they don't care how long we yap our mouth and talk, because they understand if you're not a threat, then continue on YouTube freely. Continue. We're not going to ban you. We're not going to censor you. We're not going to strike you out of existence. We're not going to demonetize you. We're going to allow you to keep getting your views, all your spread across the whole world, everything you have to say. We're going to let you do that. Meanwhile, they know that Africa is going to stay asleep. Their agenda continues, and there's not going to be any complete liberation of Africa. The people that are at the power peak of the summit of power, they understand very well that you only ban and censor what you fear. You only ban and censor what you fear getting out to the masses. You do this worldwide. So if Ron Dalton is in America, you find a way to ban and censor and punish anybody that's promoting the message or the movie or the book. Ron Dalton leaves and goes to Africa, you follow him to Africa, and you do the same exact thing there, because guess what? We don't want Africa to wake up either. Now, we don't understand that the adversary does not care if we have 1 million Black people in fringes, 1 million Black people that's Christians or Muslims. They don't care if we organize and show up in mass numbers at Washington, D.C. We're not a threat to the adversary. We can complain, we can march, we can yell, we can stomp, we can twist, we can be in perfect formation, but we're not a threat. We can go to Washington, D.C. with bullhorns. We can say that we're the real Israelites till we can't say it no more. We're hoarse in the mouth, in the voice. We can say all this stuff, but we're not a threat. We have no power. We're really not unified, and we sure don't have any economic power. Even in Dimona, Israel, we can go there. We can be unified. We can set up a community. We can say that we are the Israelites. This is our land. We can say all this stuff. But at the end of the day, you're not a threat. If they can deport Black people that's been there for 50 years, they can say, you guys got to get out. You're not in the military. You're not a citizen. You're not in the military. So you're not a citizen. We know that. And if under Aliyah, under the right of return, Aliyah in Israel, if you are an Israelite or a Jew, then you should be granted, according to the law, citizenship in Israel. So this is why a lot of Jews have dual citizenship in South Africa, in Israel, in America, in Israel, United Kingdom, in Israel, because they honor that law and their identity and ethnicity as a Jew. But for Black people, it's not honored. Because if it was honored, then all those that say that they are practicing or ethnic Jews will be granted the right of return under the Aliyah and will get citizenship. You go to Israel, you get a passport, you're not a citizen. That's not happening for us. So it does not matter if 1 million Black people march in Washington, D.C. You're not a threat. You know when you're going to be a threat is when you start teaching the truth, or let's just say 1 million Black people all came to the Million Man March, and they all came with $1,000. They all said, we've already been told this is going to happen on this date. We had a whole year of preparation. We saved up our $1,000 within that year, and we're now here with our $1,000 in our hand or in our bank account or check. 1,000,000 black people times $1,000 is $1 billion. So these guys that came to the Million Man March, they could have easily all had $1,000, and that would have made their collective power at that moment of $1 billion US. What can $1 billion US do in America? What can $1 billion US do in Africa? It could do a lot in Africa, a whole lot. You don't have to worry about land scams and things of that nature because we are coming with economic power because of what? Unity and economics. But simply coming to the show and seeing the monument and yelling and whooping and hollering and carrying on all types of festivities and going back home to your 9 to 5, back to your struggle life, struggle meals. It's not power. You're not a threat.
Ron, before you continue there too, and I want everyone to listen because you're going to see something very powerful that I'm also going to show you, and it's going to be in Matthew. When you listen to Ron, and I want you to look at the distinction between Ron and everyone that operates with the mind of Yahusha, right? Listen to the distinction. Everyone thought that Yahusha was coming to what? Restore the kingdom. Kingdom mindset. Yahusha always said the kingdom is within you. The kingdom is now. The kingdom, right? And the kingdom is not just a spiritual thing. It's a tangible thing. It's actually a physical kingdom that is ran by what? A government structure, by laws and things of that nature. So pay attention to that, and you'll see the distinction. Yahusha, when he was arguing, he was going back and forth. It was always against what? The adversary. Don't too much look at who is the adversary or the nation. He was coming against the adversary, Satan. Mm-hmm. Satan can encompass anybody. It could be an Israelite. It could be another nation. But we know there is a main adversary. And usually that main adversary is sitting at the seat of power. And that is going to be the adversary that pokes his head out at each and every turn that you do something that come against their kingdom. We as Israelites, when we fight amongst each other, they can care less because you're fighting against each other. You're not fighting against the adversary. See, our job is to what? Fight against the adversary to bring on the kingdom of Yahuwah. That is the adversary that you will always fight. I have people that talk about me all the time. I have people that come against me all the time. But guess what? They was doing that against Yahusha. But he said, I come and speak my Father's word, and I come to do my Father's bidding, irregardless of what you see people do against you. So I need you to pay attention to the distinction as to the focus against the adversary who what? Runs the kingdom currently, who's preventing Yahuwah's kingdom from what? Coming to pass. So focus on that as Ron speaks. So I don't want to get y'all get loose in that, but yeah, continue, Ron.
Okay, so here's how we can identify that the adversary knows about us. Marvel Comics was started by Stan Lee or Stanley Lieber or Lieberman. He's Jewish. The current CEO of Marvel Studios is Avi Arad. Avi Arad is Jewish. He's the CEO of Marvel Studios. Marvel Studios, like Warner Brother Studios, is the reason why we have Black Panther and Wakanda Forever, which grossed over $2 billion. Remember, the CEO of Marvel Studios is Jewish. So all that money is distributed amongst their community and those in the top seats of Marvel Studios. So when you're in China, the top companies in trade and business are the Chinese. When you're in South Africa, the top companies in retail are the other nations, the Jews, the Afrikaans, the Dutch, the British, the Chinese, the East Indians. They are in the top positions of power: CEO, manager, COO. And who's the worker? The lower worker, the worker B is the black man. Who's the consumer? The black man. All the money that's being made in this retail trade industry in South Africa, it goes to benefit who? The other nations. The mining of the gold and the diamonds and the granite and the silver and all these things are going to benefit other nations, other ethnic groups. So Marvel comic books, they had an issue way back, and this issue talked about a land called Canaan, which was a part of Wakanda. And in this comic book, they say, but the time for musing has passed. At least for that time being, we have arrived in Canaan. And here you see Black Panther. The guy says, the king will see you now. And then the king is sitting there. He says, Baru, I have captured a citizen. No, Black Panther says, Baru, I have captured a citizen of Canaan, a spy on Wakanda soil. Do you deny this? And the king, the king says, he's sitting in the chair with the red on. He says, I do not, friend T'Challa, but I am not responsible for this man's actions. Because this guy is supposed to be the king of Canaan. And they caught a spy in Wakanda. And then T'Challa, Black Panther, says, not responsible, of course. You are responsible, Baru. You are the king. Baru, and then somebody says behind his back, Baru was king. But now Moses Magnum rules Canaan. And then the king says, to my profound regret, friend T'Challa, Black Panther, he speaks the truth. I apologize that I have neglected to open diplomatic relationships with our neighbor to the east, but I have been very busy. I gathered as much from the activities of your spies. And then this guy says, this man is one of my operatives, but he was apparently acting on his own initiative, and as such, he deserves to be punished. Okay, here's right here. Moses, the person that captured Canaan, was a guy named Moses Magnum. Moses Magnum is an African weapons manufacturer in the Marvel comic books who obtained advanced technology and superpowers from Apocalypse, and which he uses for his own selfish ends and to foster the nefarious goals of his sponsors. He started his career as the founder and CEO of the munition manufacturing company, the Terrence Research Corporation, called the DRC, and he was also the leader of the criminal organization called the Kigali Clan. The Kigali is the capital of Rwanda. Moses Magnum appears first in the Marvel Comics in Giant Size Spider-Man number 4, January 1975. So Moses Magnum says when he captures the land of Canaan by virtue of a coup, he says, I've come here to ask you to join me. Everything is already in place for my African American homeland. All we need to assure our economic independence is to control Wakanda's vibranium mound. The black guy says, I already have a homeland, the United States. Too much of my ancestors' sweat was invested in building America. Then he says, too much of their blood has been spilled defending it. I'm not going anywhere. I'm working at home to get my fair share. and help as many others as I can get their fair share. If that's your final word, my business here is concluded. So Moses Magnum was trying to give Black people their own homeland in the African nation of Canaan, which was part of Wakanda to the east. And T'Challa, Black Panther, and another Marvel comic book character named Deathlock, they waged war against Moses Magnum to regain control of Canaan. And this coup that Moses Magnum had put together. Because Moses Magnum had a grand plan for the land of Canaan. He wanted to revitalize the Canaanite economy and industry, and he held a press conference in the Marvel comic book saying that Canaan was the new African American homeland. He opened up the borders of this land, Canaan, in the Marvel comic book to any African American who felt marginalized in the United States and wished to return to the motherland, where they would be treated as equal citizens without any racism or strife. In order to ensure Canaan's growth and prosperity, Moses Magnum also planned to conquer the unconquered nation of Wakanda, seizing the great vibranium mound in the name of the Canaanites. Now, these are things that I brought up last year at the conference, but here's the things that I mentioned at the meeting. I said, when you look at the imagery of what the world knows today as Jesus Christ, and he was from the tribe of Judah, and Judah was a tribe of the 12 sons of Jacob. We see that in Life magazine, Jesus is white. We see in Russian archives that Isaac is Black. But many people don't see these things. But when you look at the overall grand scheme of things, we see that although Russia and the Catholic Church and the Vatican may have the Black Jesus and Black Madonna, but they have relationships with many other world leaders. The Catholic Church, Prince Salman of the Saudi Arabia, Benjamin Netanyahu, Queen Elizabeth when she was alive. Every political leader, they are all working for the same goal. Now, recently, Germany announced an additional $27 million package to the Jews to assist in them for the October 7th start of the war between Palestinians and Jews. The Germans are already paying reparations for the Holocaust from way back, but they initially passed another bill giving another $27 million to the Holocaust survivors. Just like Obama did the same thing during his administration, he offered a package for $12 million from United States taxpayer money to the Holocaust survivors from Germany. So we're in America. The Holocaust happened in Germany, but America, under the Barack Obama administration, granted the Jews $12 million for the Holocaust survivors. You can look it up. This is just fact. This is facts. One of the things that Ashanda and Laura, if I may add, is that we have to understand why is the adversary, why is people against what I'm speaking and teaching and showing in movies, in theaters, Soweto Theater in South Africa? Why are they so concerned? I mean, I'm not on YouTube, banned since 2022. I'm not on Facebook. I'm shadow banned on all these other platforms. I don't have an organization like IUIC that has thousands, if not millions of members. I don't have a gigantic church like Joel Osteen and T.D. Jakes. I'm not the pastor of some large Israelite congregation like Israel of God or Straightway Ministries. I don't have 100,000 to 500,000 followers on any platform you may look at. I'm just a guy that's kind of like behind the scenes, living in a cave somewhere. Just an Israelite that comes on YouTube every now and then with Lawrence or Ashanda. Why don't they care about what I gotta say? Well, the land of Canaan, like I continuously teach over the last couple of years, the land of Canaan in the Bible says, that's what Yah says. It says, for the land whither thou goest in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt from whence you came out, where thou sowed the seed and watered it with thy foot. Meaning that in Egypt, the Israelites had to water the land with the Nile River. They had to physically, with their feet, use manual work to irrigate the land. So back then they had irrigation systems that they can use to help irrigate the land, which required manual work, getting the water from the Nile River to the interiors of Egypt. Why? Because in Egypt is not a well-watered land. Egypt is an arid, dry land. The same way that modern-day Israel, if you Google it, you do your due diligence and don't listen to me, you just Google it, you'll see that it's an arid, dry, desert land. Israel is an arid, dry, desert land. 60% of the land of Israel, aka Canaan, is a desert. You can Google this. Even Benjamin Netanyahu says we solved our water problem because we are on a dry land. Even though the land is dry, we solved our water problem. What does Benjamin Netanyahu mean when he says at a press conference that we solved our water problem? It's because there's no water on the land, it's dry, and they use desalination techniques to desalinate the Mediterranean Sea and to funnel water from the Mediterranean Sea into the Sea of Galilee, which ultimately then feeds into the Jordan River. And this is where he talks about there's all types of water technology techniques that Israel is using to keep up with the water demand of Israel, because it's a dry land. But the Bible says that, but the land of Canaan, whither ye go to possess it, is a land of hills and valleys, and drinketh water of the rain of heaven, meaning that it rains a lot for the land. A land which Yahuwah thy Elohim cared for, the eyes of Yahuwah thy Elohim are always upon it. Yet God's eyes are always upon the land of Canaan, from the beginning of the year even until the end of the year. So when you look at Israel and you see how many months is the rainy season, is it more than the dry season? No, it's not. Israel has more dry seasonal months than it has rainy season months. Ethiopia has 8 months where it's dry and hardly no rain falls down. And then they have 4 months where it's supposed to rain. And even when it's supposed to rain in the rainy seasons, months of Ethiopia, the farmers still complain. And if you ask anybody that's been in Ethiopia, like go back to Africa, they'll tell you that Ethiopia is a desert. Yes, it has mountains. Yes, it has some vegetation. But ultimately, if you Google and do your due diligence and research the landscape of Ethiopia, especially going towards the eastern half of Ethiopia, towards Somaliland, it is a desert. So when we look at the ancient or old images and videos of children starving with big bellies and flies, and people from Christian organizations saying we need to donate to these children that need this and need that, and they're starving, as a famine. Famines occur a lot. Where? In East Africa, in the Horn. Yes, it does. Now, one of the things that I believe that they are really against is the fact that when we talk about the land of Canaan in Israel, and I said this in a meeting. I said, I'm not saying you guys can't have the land of Israel. You're not you're not the rightful owners and your land. We want it back. I said, no. I said, I'm not saying that. You guys are there. It's your land. You're there.
Keep it.
I'm not contesting that. If you understand and follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, as you admitted in the meeting, you know that we don't want Israel. We want to come back home to Africa, to Mother Africa. So they understand that what Ron Dalton is teaching is that the biblical wilderness happened when the Israelites went south. And the word desolate does not mean an arid, dry, barren, lifeless deserts. Israelites that are freely on YouTube, no banning, monetization, 50,000, 100,000 views every day, every other day when they post. You know, this is what we see. That Israel is supposed to be a desert, a desolate land, a dry land. No. Why is this? Because in the Bible, in our KJV, authorized and translated by the Gentiles, it says, the holy cities are a wilderness. Zion is a wilderness. Jerusalem, a desolation. We automatically think, yep, there it is. Ron Dalton, he's crazy. He don't know what he's talking about. Jerusalem is a wilderness, meaning it's the desert, but we don't do our due diligence. We don't use critical thinking and logic. We don't question the Gentiles and their crafty work. The Hebrew Strong's word wilderness is midbar, and midbar means wilderness as in a green pasture, a large tract of land where pasture or livestock are driven, led, or guided to for grazing.
Hold on a
So,
second. Hold on a second, Ron. I think I have to read that one more time.
Yes, sir.
Because this is everything. You know what I'm saying?
This is everything.
Yes, because our minds have been programmed to think wilderness means like, you know, tumbleweed rolling by in dirt. But according to Strong's 4057 Midbar, wilderness is what?
Wilderness is a green pasture of large tract of land where livestock are driven, led, or guided to for grazing. And the reason why we know this is because the older Assyrian cuneiform script, remember, Shem had 5 sons. He had Ashur, meaning the Assyrians. He had Arphaxad, the Babylonians, or the Akkadians, Sumerians. He had Elam, the Elamites. He had Aram, the Arameans, and he had Lud. So before we can even get down to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Shem had a son named Ashur, who was a progenitor of the Assyrians. The Assyrians had their own script, the Assyrian cuneiform script, identical to the same script that the Akkadians and the Sumerians used. And we know that the Sumerian language is older than Hebrew. We know this.
Right.
Any well-versed scholar, Israelite scholar, is not going to tell you, no, Ron, Hebrew is older than Sumerian. If they say that to you, you leave their organization and say, I'm done with you. So when you look at the root word, daparu, because if you look at the word midbar, it's going to say root, dabar. It's going to say root, dabar, D-A-B-A-R. Why does it say dabar? Dabar, we may look at that and say, oh, well, dabar means to speak. But the word dabar, well, we gotta go back even farther. Mm-hmm. So when we look at the word the paru or the baru in Assyrian, the babu in Assyrian means to speak. The babu in Assyrian means to speak. The word dabar in Hebrew means to speak. The word dabaru or the paru means to drive cattle to green, fat pasture to satisfy their appetite for food and water. Another word can be for cattle to become sated or satiety, to become full. So in the Assyrian ancient cuneiform script that predates Hebrew. The word dabaru or daparu means for cattle to be driven to fat pasture, aka the wilderness, aka a grassland where cattle can graze and become full by eating the grass and drinking the water in a wilderness setting. The word shimama means desolate. Now, when it says Jerusalem is a desolation, it uses the Hebrew Strong's 8077, Shemama, desolate. Look it up. So when you look at what does the Greek say in terms of this scripture, Isaiah 64:10? The Greek gives us this, and when you translate it into English, it says, okay, our holy city has become a desert. Zion has become a desert. Jerusalem has been cursed. Wait a minute now. What kind of trickery is this now? What's going on with our Google Translate? Why are they saying that the holy city is a desert, Zion is a desert? Now we're going to believe based on the Google Translate that Mount Zion and Jerusalem is a desert like Jordan or Saudi Arabia. Hold on, because in these Greek letters, there's two words that are identical. And if you look at it closely, you'll see them. They are identical. They have the same EPNUOS. That's what it looks like. And you'll see the word Zion is in here. You can really tell Zion. But anyway, let's look at the Greek word right here. See this word right here? Here it is right here. It's here in the Greek language. EP looks like an N, a U, an O, and an S.
Right.
Here it is right here in Greek. The Greek transliteration in English is eremos. Eremos, according to the Greek lexicon in the Greek dictionary, the word that we think means desolate or a desert, it simply means a land that is deserted, a land that is remote, a land that is solitary. It's in solitary, meaning it's uninhabited. So when you drive through Africa, let's say you drive from Johannesburg to Botswana or Zimbabwe, or you drive from Cape Coast to Accra, or you drive from the southern part of Ghana to the north, or you drive through the Congo, you're going to see that there's vast tracts of land uninhabited. You're going to look at them, you're going to like, man, I see all this land, but where are the people at? Where are the people at? You're going to see land upon acres upon acres upon acres of fertile land, uncultivated, uninhabited, solitary, remote. So you may say it's deserted. Remember when the white man came to South Africa, they said when we got here, nobody was here. So you Bantu people, you're saying this is your land. We're saying we got here the same time you got here. It just happens when we got here, nobody was here. And we claim this land as ours. They're called no man's land theory. So the Bantu people were like, no, this is our land. Even though you don't see us or a large population or village on this land, it is our land. The Khoisan people, the Khoikhoi and the San, Bushmen, they said, no, we were already here. Just because you came here, white man, to this land and you didn't see us here, and you say it's our land, does not mean it's your land, it's our land. So when we look at solitary, remote, uninhabited land, this is the wilderness. And it's a wilderness that appears to be deserted, desolate, uninhabited, uncultivated, solitary. It does not mean that it's a desert. We have been tricked by the Gentiles in their masterful cunnery in the translations of our Greek to Latin to English, even with the Google Translate robot or algorithm AI, they're making us believe these things. And there are faults in the Google Translate, because I picked them up. But one of the things that we got to understand is what many people know that I'm teaching now that most Israelites are not teaching, is that the land of Canaan is not a desert. It's not like Saudi Arabia. It's not Jordan. A desert cannot be the land of Canaan. So therefore, it cannot be called Israel. Israel is well-watered. So how can a non-well-watered land be the land of Canaan. Ezekiel 34:25 says, and I will make with them a covenant of peace, and will cause the evil people, it's not beast. If you go back to the etymology of where we even get this KJV English translation from, go back to the Greek, research the Greek, research the etymology, research the lexicon. You will see that even in the Hebrew lexicon, it's talking about evil people, human beings, evil human beings to cease out of the land. And they, meaning the Israelites, shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the forest. But here in the English, it says woods. In Hebrew, it's the Hebrew word yar. Yar means a forest, a thicket. We know that when we look at history and we look at Africa and look at America, we see vast grasslands and forest lands in Africa. In Israel, we don't see that. However, in Joshua 17, Joseph's sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, was given a land inheritance. The land inheritance was a land that was forested. The Bible says that Joshua answered unto them, if thou be a great people, meaning the children of Joseph, then get thee up to the forest country. The tells us it's wood, but in the Hebrew it's yar, which means forest. So the children of Manasseh and Ephraim were supposed to get the forest country. And cut down for thyself there in the land of the Perizzites and of the giants, if Mount Ephraim be too narrow for thee. And if you go to the bottom, it says in verse 18, but the mountain shall be thine, for it is a wood, and thou shalt cut it down. And the outgoings of it shall be thine, for thou shalt drive out the Canaanites, though they have iron chariots, and though they be strong. Did the Canaanites really have chariots of iron? Like we look at ancient Egypt and we see the movies and they're riding on chariots and the chariots are being pulled by the horses. Did the Canaanites really have iron chariots? We know a horse is not made out of iron, so they have to be talking about some type of apparatus with wheels that the horses were pulling, called chariots. At least that's what it says in our KJV English Bible. It says iron chariots. Well, when we look at the Greek translation in the Greek Septuagint, it doesn't even say that. It says, for the forest is yours, Ephraim and Manasseh, because it is a forest, and therefore clear it, and it will be yours. And when you destroy the Canaanite, because he is a chosen horse for him. What does that mean? What does that mean? The Canaanite, because he is a chosen horse for him. That don't even sound right. But this is what the Google translator said for the Greek version of the scripture. We look at Israel. Okay, we look at the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, the forest. This is a forested country. Remember, the Bible says the Hebrew Strong's is Yar. We look at Jeroboam's temple in Bethel. Bethel is within the vicinity of Ephraim. We don't see a well-forested country. We look at the land of Ephraim and Manasseh. There's no trees, just bushes. We look at Ramoth, Gilead, which is in East Manasseh, where Jordan is at. Remember, Jordan right now is where East Manasseh is, and Gad and Reuben. We go to Jordan, we don't see any forest. Midbar, even in the Hebrew Strong's Midbar, tracts of land used for the pasturage of flocks and herds. The same way we have the root Dabaru, Daparu in the Assyrian cuneiform script that predates Hebrew. Dabar means speak, speech, word. We know that it means speech, but we know where it came from. We know the root of the Assyrian word, Dababu. Dababu means to speak. Dabaru means the wilderness, a grassland full of fat pasture. Desolate. Desolate means uninhabited. It does not mean a desert. The Oxford Dictionary, when it says Jerusalem is desolate, it does not mean Israelites that Jerusalem and Mount Zion is a complete desert.
Just means void of people.
The Baru, you see how it says the Paru, and then in parentheses it says the Baru means to become sated, meaning become full, meaning you filled your belly to satisfy. That's what satiety means. When you have early satiety, it means when you eat some food, you get full real quick. If you have a stomach bypass or they shrink your stomach so you can lose weight, you get what's called early satiety. When you eat, you have the feeling of being full quickly. So to become sated means to become full. What are they talking about, becoming full? They're talking about animals that eat and drink in the wilderness and become full. Their bellies become sated. They become sated. The Paru means the wilderness. And we look at the wilderness of Africa and we see all this grassland, all this fat pasture along the mountains and the hills and the valleys of sub-Saharan Africa. Where do we see people at? Where do we see cities at? Where do we see buildings at? And roads and all the stuff we see in our major cities in America or in Tel Aviv. No, we don't see that because it's a land that's uncultivated, that's underpopulated, and therefore we can say that it is in a sense deserted or desolate. We see that in the fat pasture land or grassland of the Congo, the DRC, we see all these animals, the grass is up to their shoulder. This cow was like standing in grass, it's like up to his shoulder. He's at a buffet right now. He is looking at as much grass as he can eat. He will never go empty of having food or hunger. So when the Bible says fat pasture, it's not talking about the desert. It's talking about these right here, the mountains and the hills and the valleys of Israel, the land of Canaan in sub-Saharan Africa. These are your Judean mountains. These are the Judean mountains in the territory now known as Judea, where Jerusalem is. Hebron, all these areas, Nazareth, Bethlehem. Okay, the Judean mountains are devoid of vegetation. No fat pasture, just rock mountains, rock hills. Intimidating rock hills. Who would want to even go here? You'll die here.
See, that's my question is like, they try to position us in our minds to desire that. That's what I mean. Think about when we were in Christianity. And it was always, support Israel, and we're going to take trips over to Israel, to the Holy Land. It's a push for us to want and to claim desert land as though that is the best that the Most High can do for his people, and to ignore a continent full of lush. I mean, this is absolutely gorgeous. It's amazing. It's breathtaking. But we're supposed to ignore this for a desert?
But, Ron will go into it. That is not the land they desired in the beginning, by the way.
Exactly.
Right.
People don't understand that. They there now because the Most High always makes his people jealous. Always. We always want what the Gentile have, right? So there in Israel, we want that land until they decide that's not the land they want anymore, which I believe is where they're going at right now. Because that's not the land they really wanted in the beginning. You see what I'm saying? Right. So at the end of the day, you're going to see a conservative effort for them to what? Go to the true land. And guess what? Then all of a sudden we're going to say, oh, we don't want that land no more. We want where they're going. It's just something about when the Most High tells you what you should have and what is yours, we always reject them until the white man or whoever, I don't care who, until the Gentile decide to say, you know what? This is what we're going. It's the same behavior, attitude, even in America. Whenever it's a nice neighborhood, where do we go? We always go where they at. And when they flee again, we tear it down, right? And then we go where they at again. It's a common thing that we always do. The Most High is never enough for us. He's never enough. He's never enough. And so it's like, and then he's okay, I'll make you jealous. You become jealous. You become low, they'll become high. And that's what we're saying over and over and over again. And guess what? When he sent his servant to tell you, hey, look, this is what I meant for you guys. And what we do, we still reject them. Because he says what? It ain't you they hate. It is me that they hate. So when he sends his messenger, you'll notice his messenger always get called name, always get rebuked, always not agreed. And but anyway, keep going. I'm just a messenger.
Are you preaching
So
today?
when the spies went to Israel, the land of Canaan, and they came back with big bushels of grapes, it's because the grapes grows in wet tropical climates. And remember, back in those days, they didn't have boreholes, they didn't have hose pipes and irrigation sprinkler systems. They didn't have desalination techniques. They didn't have ways that they can clean the wastewater and reuse wastewater. They didn't have cloud seeding. They didn't have all this stuff. But even back then, it says that the land of Canaan had grapes that they brought back on poles. And people don't understand that a lot of the biblical foods that are seen in the Bible, they're all grown in Africa. They're all there. The fig, the pomegranates, all that stuff was there. So anyway, the mountains of Israel, Judea, we see that man and beast can't live off the mountains of Israel, as what Ezekiel 36 says. It says, man and beast shall eat off the fat pasture of the mountains of Israel. They will eat and lie down and rest. No, that's not happening here. Ain't nothing to eat here. This is actually the Judean mountains, the mountains of Israel. Ramallah is a major city located in the center of the Judean mountains. Ramallah is a desert. The mountains are rock. There's no vegetation. They know who we are. They came. The colonizers were in communication with the Kingdom of the Congo before the Spanish Inquisition even happened. They were already making trips to the Kingdom of the Congo, and the Kingdom of the Congo, per the Catholic Church and the Portuguese friars, were already sending envoys to Spain and Portugal. People from the Kingdom of the Congo were already going to Spain and Portugal.
Careful, Ron.
Yeah, they're already going there.
You're getting some serious sensitive stuff now, but hey, keep going. The Most High chose you for this. But hey,
and the crazy thing is that a lot of the DNA found in the grave sites in Spain and Portugal are those of people of the Kingdom of the Congo lineage, the Bakongo people. So they know the Catholic Church built their first church in where? In Angola, in the Kingdom of the Congo, not in Ethiopia. The Catholic Church did not build a church in Ethiopia, in Lalibela. That's not built by the Catholic Church. We have to understand that clearly. So the Catholic Church somehow, some way, found it needing that they had to build their first church in Angola, in Mbanza, Congo, which means in Kikongo, the city of God, because Congo is basically the word for the Most High or God. And Mbanza means city, territory, domain. So when we look at these things, the Mbanza Congo in the Kikongo language is also known as the center of the world, also the city of God. Also, Mbanza Lemba, or the city of peace. So this is all attributed to what the Congolese people said when the Portuguese came there as colonizers. And so they had to institute Christianity to the Congo people who already knew they were Israelites, they practiced monotheism. They already had the Congo hieroglyphics, which was Paleo Hebrew, and it mixed with Egyptian. They already have Paleo Hebrew and Egyptian in their dialect. They already was keeping all the traditions and customs of the Old Testament. They already knew about baptism, and they also were doing rites that some people say were involved with death, burial, and resurrection in the caves of the Congo. These are called mystery schools of the Congo. So they already knew about cleanliness and baptizing in a pool or in a running water source like Jordan River. So when we look at Rwanda and the Congo, they border each other, and Uganda. You see that Rwanda was called the city of, or the land of 1,000 hills. The land of 1,000 hills. We know that Congo has a lot of hills and mountains. Same thing with Zambia. Same thing with Tanzania. Same thing with Kenya. The largest mountains in Africa are in Kenya, Tanzania, and the Congo. And you also have mountains and hills and valleys and well-watered lands in Central Africa. Remember, the Bible says the land of Canaan is a land of mountains, hills, and valleys. So when the Europeans came, they knew exactly where they were going. They knew exactly where they were going. They knew exactly where they were going. Black Panther and Wakanda is centered where in the comic book? You see it right there. It says North Kivu, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And who's sitting there watching what's happening? T'Challa is sitting there, king of Wakanda, observing what's happening in his kingdom, which, according to Marvel comic books, is the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Wakanda, DRC, Rwanda, Uganda, Lake Victoria. Lake Kivu sits on the border of the DRC. Wakanda also has a territory of the white gorillas. It also has a place called Piranha Cove. Piranha Cove. You see that at the bottom right of the screen. Piranha Cove. Wakanda is also along the western part of Wakanda borders the Atlantic Ocean, just as the Congo and Loango Bay borders the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean right there, right next to the western coast of Wakanda. Same thing with the Congo. Look at the white gorilla domain. Where? In Wakanda. Well, we can go to the Congo. We see the largest piranhas on earth.
Goodness gracious.
Piranhas are in the waters of the Congo, just like it is in West Africa.
That's a big piranha, boy. Yeah.
Who wants to get in the water with that thing? We got white gorillas in the Congo. We got black gorillas in the Congo.
Oh,
just
man, you might want to stop right here, bro. Oh man, when the Most High don't leave no stone unturned, I'm telling you, he leave all the little simple evidence to let you know, because he don't speak all. You know what I'm saying? He leave everything so plain, and he leave nuggets to let you know. He said, my people are so sottish, meaning they're stupid. We tend to believe crazy, but he leave all these nuggets for you to follow the footprint of what he left, so you can know he doesn't lie. He's not going to lie to you. But anyways,
no. And so King Solomon, he came yearly with his Israelites to get apes and peacocks and all types of things. There's no peacocks in Israel. There's no apes in Israel. You can't go and check into an Airbnb in Israel and see some apes, some gorillas and chimpanzees. You could go to Africa and get an Airbnb, and now you got a little monkey at your door. So King Solomon, it does not say King Solomon had mines. It's nowhere in the Bible that says King Solomon's mines. That's not in the Bible. But King Solomon did go and get peacocks and apes. Was he talking about some lemurs or something? No, he's talking about apes. We know what an ape is. Ape and a monkey. Ape and a monkey. These are apes. King Solomon wasn't scared of the apes. Maybe he could tame them. Maybe he had them as pets. But we know that there's no apes in Israel. All the apes are in Africa and in Asia. So when I speak on these things, like who are the Canaanites, who are the African pygmies, they were there like thousands of years ago, before the children of Israel even exited from Egypt. Who are these little black short people that I mentioned in the movie Hebrews to Negroes? They understand very well that Ron Dalton is opening up a Pandora's box, and we don't want black people to start thinking, like, wait a minute, who are these little short black people here in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Congo, in Malawi, and down in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in other different areas, Cameroon, Congo, DRC, Angola? What are these little short people? And how long have they been there? If they're indigenous to this land, then are they Egyptians? Are they Cushites? Of course not. Are they Puttites? No. Then who are they? Canaan had a fourth son. His fourth son was named Canaan. Canaan is the land of the south. South is where the Israelites left and went to. I proved this in the movie. This is what they're scared about. And when we look at all the people that have migrated to the DRC, a lot of them that are not Israelites, they say that they left Egypt and they wandered and traveled along with the Bantu people, and they ended up in the DRC, like the Lenda and the Hema tribe in the northeast Congo. So I'm gonna keep going because
so I want to say really quickly, for those of you that don't understand what Ron is saying in terms of what the Jewish Board of Deputies' real issue was not the so-called anti-Semitism of the film, but it is the descriptors. It is the opening up of the eyes of the Hebrew people about where the true land of Yasharel is. It's about them understanding that they are the people and they're on the land. So it's about resources. It's about land. It's about everything that is precious. According to that landmass, they don't want Yah's people to have their eyes open too. And this is what he was showing them, saying this is your real issue. It's not about quote unquote anti-Semitism. It's about the fact that you know that this is the real threat. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah. So Azania is a term that is in the movie, and it comes from the Kikongo word Nzambi. But when you look at Lake Nyanza, there is a Lake Nyanza in Central Africa. And we see here that the Wakanda Marvel comic book labels it Lake Victoria. To the west of Lake Victoria, in the north of Lake Victoria, is Uganda and also the Congo, and also Rwanda, Burundi. And you'll see that on the map of Wakanda, we see the word Naganda. Ganda is like the Baganda people, the people of Ganda. And we see that in the same vicinity of the Wakanda Empire, we see the word Canaan. Just like I showed you earlier, the territory of Canaan, Moses Magnum took over and offered it as a homeland for African Americans to come back home and live free. And we see the word Azania. Azania is right below Canaan. Azania is also a word that's been attributed to East Africa, South Africa, and the Congo, Central Africa. The scientific name of the Congo lion is Leo Panthera azandicus. There are people called the Azande or Azandia people that live in the DRC and the Central African Republic. So there are a Bantu people called the Azani or Azanda people that are living in the DRC, but the scientific name for the Congo lion is Leo Panthera azandicus, and this lion is also seen in Tanzania and Kenya. The Jews know this. And so just like we understand the Ugandan scheme was to get Uganda and also other areas of Central Africa, such as the Congo, which I'll explain towards the end, this is all part of what was characterized and documented in Theodore Herzl's diary. Theodore Herzl, I think in 1903 or 1908, he made a diary, and in his diaries, he said that the goal of the Jews were to colonize Africa by help from the British or English government. This is in Theodore Herzl's diaries, the founder of Judaism. So when we look at the symbolism of why other nations in particular are scared of Hebrews to Negroes, because it connects back to everything. Egypt, America, our captivity, our second captivity. Our first captivity was in Egypt. America is our second captivity. and we're supposed to leave the land of our captivity and come back to the land where we were taken away as captives. This is in Scripture. It's in the Bible. And so we see the Barbary lion. The Barbary lion is the iconic animal for the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, or Great Britain, United Kingdom. Their symbol was the Barbary lion. The Barbary lion is like a North African lion. And we also have the African lion. The African lion is a sub-Saharan lion that you see, of course, in Tanzania, in the Congo, in Africa, in South Africa, in Botswana, in Zimbabwe. The African lion's mane is not dark like the Barbary lion. The Barbary lion represents the United Kingdom, Great Britain, the Holy Roman Empire, who we know owned the most land in Africa. When they colonized Africa, it was the British that controlled the most land, not the French, not the Portuguese, not the Spanish. It was the British. And the British symbol was the Barbary lion. It was against the Israelites that they conquered East Africa, like Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Tanganyika. It was all British colonization. So when we look at the movie Lion King, we see the Barbary lion, Scar, was against the true king, the African lion, Simba. Simba is the African lion, the Congo lion. Scar is the Barbary lion that represents the United Kingdom, represents British and colonialism. So one of the things I broke down in the meeting is that apartheid in Afrikaans means apartness, to keep a certain population of the country apart, like segregation. The Bantu people make up the majority of the population, but the Jews, who make up 0.1%, want to control what people can see. They don't want Black people to see the documentary Hebrews to Negroes. Even the word Negro, they had a problem with. But the word Negro in Spanish and Portuguese just means the word Black. So when you say Negro, Negra, Negri, it stems from the parent root language Latin, and the Latin word Niger, which means Black. So
can you tell them what they said about the word Negro? This is gonna blow y'all socks.
They said the word Negro is like it's like hate speech, and it's not it's illegal to say the word Negro in South Africa because it can incite hate. It's like hate speech towards Black people. And they said, yeah, you can't use that. And I said, well, it's the title of the movie, and I'm not going to change the title of the movie because you're saying that it's hate speech, and it can incite violence or harm to certain communities because of this word. It's derogatory. And I said, well, in America, we have the word Negro on our birth certificate, depending on how old you are. But yes, the word nigger or N-I-G-G-R, yes, nobody wants to be called that. But at the end of the day in America, if any nation wants to call us the N-word, they're not going to jail. They're not going to jail. They're not being fined $500,000. They're not being, they might get suspended from their job, but according to the law, they're not going to face any civil or criminal case. So they were saying, okay, well, the movie has to be also considered to be banned because in addition to the anti-Semitism all throughout the movie, that the word Negro is in it, and that also is a violation of this law. And I said, no. I said, let's get that to the etymology of the word Negro. And this movie is not intended to incite hate or to spew any type of things that would be derogatory towards Black people watching the film. So I said to them that the basis of the movie is changing the biblical narrative and historical teachings of the Bantu or Negro people in regards to their true origin. That's what the movie is about. It's the narrative of being told from a Black perspective about our true ancestry and identity and ethnicity. And I broke this down. I said, you guys are saying that throughout the whole documentary that it's anti-Semitism being spewed. And I said the word throughout means during the whole time, everywhere, from beginning to end. I said, no. I said, you only gave me 5 timestamps. 5 timestamps. So obviously it can't not be anti-Semitism throughout the whole movie. And then I broke down the word Shem, and who has the right to define what the word anti-Semitism means.
This
I
is
said, are the Jews?
this is good. This is good.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
I said, are you guys the only authority on who is accepted as a descendant of Shem? If this is the case, also a descendant of Israel. I said, who appointed you guys to be the sole authority and who can use the word Semitism or anti-Semitism? And I said that if we consider ourselves to be Shemitic, then who are you to tell us, no, you're not Shemitic? And no, you cannot be, like what Kyrie said, I cannot be anti-Semitic because I'm Shemitic. They didn't accept that from Kyrie. Because if they would have accepted that from Kyrie, then he wouldn't have been punished and dealt with the way he was dealt with, like the way they dealt with Roseanne Barr. Roseanne Barr did not get the same treatment that that Kyrie Irving got. And Kyrie Irving said that he said, I can't be anti-Shemitic because I am Shemitic. So he was basically saying that he is an Israelite. But people didn't acknowledge that. That's why they ripped into him. So I gave them the etymology of what is constantly being taught in the Talmud, or is being taught in Jewish papers or magazines or websites in regards to Bantu Negroes are not Israelites. I said, you're not teaching that we are the Israelites. You're not teaching that we are the Shemites. You're maybe teaching that we are the Cushites based on the word Cushan that's being used in Israel for Black people. I said, but ultimately, I said the word Cush is now being used in terms of the King James as Ethiopia. And Ethiopia comes from the Greek root, which means burnt faces. Ethiopia means burnt. Pia means faces. And I told them that history is written by the victors and framed according to the prejudices and biases existing on their side, not our side. So I said in the Jewish magazine and website forward that came against Kyrie, I said the basketball players on the Tel Aviv Maccabi basketball team, when they won their basketball championship cup in 2014, you were labeling the Black players on this Jewish magazine as Cushim. I said in the article, you constantly say the Black players are Cushim. Cushim is based off the root word Cush, which is one of the sons of Ham. And I said, whether you believe it's a derogatory term or not, it's being used in this Jewish magazine. But the term Cushim appears 20 times in the Hebrew Bible as one of the sons of Ham, which sometimes is referred to as Ethiopians. So whether they say that the word Cushim means blacks as the nationality of the sons of Cush, the son of Ham, or it is referred to as a skin color. But I said, even in the meaning, I said, the word for black in Hebrew is not Cushim, is it? And they sat there quietly. I said, the word for black in Hebrew is Shakur. I said, it's not Cushim. So why is it here in the Forbes magazine that you're using the word Cushim? The word black in Arabic is Aswad. The word black in Spanish is Negro. The word black in Latin is Niger. The word black in English is black. And so they didn't understand that. And I said, well, the Cushites are in Sudan, in the land of Cush. And I said, DNA studies have proven that these guys here have the same exact DNA haplogroup, A3B2, as those that were found in skeletons termed ancient DNA dating back to the Kadruka, Napata, Kerma, Kush, and Merodic periods in the land of Kush, aka Sudan. This DNA haplogroup is not seen in Bantu Negroes. I said, so they are the Cushites, not us. And I said, they are the Cushites. They're in Sudan right now. They're still there. They've been there. They never left. They've always been there. Even before the Arabs got there and laid claim to northern Sudan, and they speak Arabic. Khartoum is the capital. I said the Ethiopian or the Cushites have always been depicted in Egyptian walls as being black. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are the Negroes. And the ostrich feather, the way they wore their hair, the earrings, no clothing on their chest. I said, you see the ostrich feathers, you see the hair, you see everything still being practiced in Sudan by the native Kushites. In this case, it's the Dinkas and other tribes. And I said, just as we have the Apis bull and Hathor, I said, these are all ancient Egyptian and Kushite mythological animals associated with the religion. I said, yes, it's still there. And I said, when we look at the term Egypt, Egypt in Hebrew means misery or mitzrayim. And I said, the ancient Egyptians are black. I said, the mummies, and I showed the slide. I said, the mummy has a face, not a skeleton. I said, the way we can tell it's not a skeleton because the mummy has eyelids. The mummy has a nose, not a cavity for where the nose was at. The mummy has ears, not a hole where the ears will be at. The mummy has lips, not just teeth and a skeleton. The mummy has a chin. The mummy has a head. The mummy has skin overlying his zygomatic arch or his cheekbones, extending down to his upper lip. I said, so this is the actual skin complexion of a real Egyptian. And I said, so the Egyptians were black. Joseph was mistaken for an Egyptian. So was Paul. So was the Israelites when they were coming back to Canaan to bury Jacob. And they called the place Abel Mitzrayim because the Canaanites saw all these people coming from Egypt from the distance. And they said, oh, this is a grievous mourning for the Egyptians. Not knowing that the people in the distance that the Canaanites saw were the Israelites, Joseph and other Israelites coming to bury their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. That's the reason why they called the land Abel Mitzrayim, because the Egyptians' name in Hebrew is Mitzrayim. And I said in the meeting that the Egyptians were black. And I said Moses put his hand in God's bosom and took it out. It was white as snow. I said, so if this black man lived on planet Earth thousands of years ago, if he would have put his hand in God's bosom and took it out and showed it to the people, and now his skin is white as snow, that would be a miracle because he's not white, he's black. And when I was saying this, the Jews sat there and didn't say nothing. And I said, these are pictures of real Jews. These are Somalians that are descendants and related to the ancient Jews, the ancient Israelites, ancient Egyptians, sorry. And I said, even the statues of ancient Egyptians in Cairo, Egypt, in the museums, I said they depict them as black people with afros. I said this is a characteristics and a trait of the black race. The black race is about phenotypes, characteristics. And one of the characteristics of the black race is melanated skin and woolly hair. Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian. But the imagery that we get in TV and movies is that the Jewish Israelite disciples of Christ, including Paul, were not black like the Egyptians. And I said there's ethnic groups today in Ethiopia and Egypt that have the DNA of the ancient Egyptians, and some of them have the DNA of the Edomites and the Israelites. And I said these people all have woolly hair, they have melanated skin. And I said just like the ancient Egyptians had woolly hair and melanated skin, as we can see here in the museums, they're laying there clear as day from the sarcophagus of the tombs of ancient Egypt. I said, so how can the Jews today say that they were white in Egypt and left white with Moses and the mixed multitude? And I said the mixed multitude were people that were not Israelites that left with them. And if they left with them and they were not Israelites, they would carry the DNA of non-Israelites. But what non-Israelites are these people that were in the mixed multitude living in the land of Egypt with the Israelites? They would have to be Egyptians and Cushites. And I said, do we see any Cushitic or Egyptian or African maternal or paternal DNA in the Ashkenazi Jews today? And I said, no. And I showed them the article and proved it. And I said, even the skulls prove that the Negro's prognathous skull is not the same as the Egyptian king's skull and mandible and maxilla, the upper and lower jaw. I said we had a different morphology of our skull and our jaw. That shows us that we're not the same people. I mean, we can look at the Neanderthal skull, we can look at the the Oceanic Pacific Islander skull. We can look at the skull of a Nordic Caucasian. We can look at the Capoid skull of a Khoisan. We can look at the skull of a Chinese person, and we can tell that this is a Chinese skull. This is a Neanderthal skull. This is a European skull. This is a Negro skull. And I gave them all these examples and was showing these things. And I said the Egyptians were black. I don't know what y'all looking at, what kind of research y'all doing, but they are black. And the Israelites mixed with the Egyptians from the time of Joseph to the time of Judges. I gave them scripture, like chapter 3, chapter 9, verse 1. I gave them scripture, book, chapter, verse in the Old Testament, the Tanakh. And they sat there, they listened to it. And I said, all the way from the time of the Joseph and the Israelites and the Exodus to the time of Judges to the time of Ezra and Nehemiah rebuilding the second temple, it says the Israelites were still mixing with the Egyptians, the black Egyptians. But yet we don't see any of this in your DNA. And so I said, look at this here. I said, look at this. Nelson Mandela wearing the same outfit or apparatus as the ancient Egyptian. I said the leprosy seen in ancient Egypt, worn by people Bantu, sub-Saharan Africa. I said, you guys are not doing this. And I said, the same exact stuff, the accessories that the ancient Egyptians wore, same thing worn in South Africa, but yet their DNA is not the same. Their skull is not the same, but they're doing things as if they were still in ancient Egypt, even down to the club. I said, the women of ancient Egypt, same necklaces, same stuff around their arms, stuff around their head. I said the same thing. They're black. And these Bantu Nguni people are black too, but they don't have the DNA of the ancient Egyptians. Some of them might have ancient DNA of the Egyptian women, because we know that Joseph married the Egyptian women and the Israelite went to Egypt with 11 sons and one sister, Dinah. And I said to them, I said, who are the men of Israel supposed to intermarry with and procreate with if Jacob only had one daughter? One daughter. I said, did they intermarry and sleep with their aunties? Zilpah, Bilhah, Rachel, and Leah? Did they sleep with Dinah? No. So who else would these men of Israel have to wife up and sleep with and have kids? The women of Egypt. So the maternal DNA of the ancient Egyptian women and queens of Egypt are not seen in your DNA. And I proved it to them. And I said, even all these evidences. I said, look at this. I said, look at this. We're here in South Africa. These are South African men dressing exactly like the ancient Egyptian men used to dress. However, they are not Egyptian men. Maybe we check their DNA. Maybe we might find one or two that may have the DNA of an Egyptian, but the majority of their DNA is E1B1A, which is not a DNA found throughout all the Egyptian pharaohs of the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom. So who are these people here that have the language of the Hebrews and Egyptians in their dialect, and they have Hebrew traditions and customs straight out of the Tanakh, the Torah, that no Jewish Ashkenazi taught them in a yeshiva school? They sat there and they listened and they didn't say nothing. I said, look at this guy right here. What is this? This looks exactly like what the Egyptians are wearing. You're not doing this. And I broke this all down. And let me just keep going. I said, throughout the movie, you're saying that it was grossly anti-Semitic throughout. You only give me 5 timestamps. And majority of your timestamps were all about Henry Ford, Harold Wallace Rosenthal, and Adolf Hitler. How can the movie all be about these 3 guys? And so I broke down the word prejudice. And prejudice means a preconceived opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. And preconceived is to form an opinion prior to actual knowledge or experience. And I said an opinion is a view or judgment formed about something, not necessarily based on knowledge or fact. And I said everybody has a right to their own opinion. This is in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which South Africa is part of the United Nations Charter. And in this UDHR, Article 19 says everyone in the United Nations Charter under this declaration has the right to freedom of opinion and expression without interference, and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas to any media, regardless of frontiers. I broke down the law. And I also said to them that a denial is a refusal, and it often means a refusal to believe or accept something as truth. And I said, so when you constantly say the movie denies the Holocaust, and I broke down Harold Wallace Rosenthal's statement. I said, so if Harold Wallace Rosenthal, a Jew, is denying the Holocaust, then it means that he refuses to believe or accept maybe the number of 6 million people as true. And human rights have a right to believe or accept or to deny or refuse anything they want. And I said in the meeting, I said, as human beings, do we have a right to believe or accept or to deny or refuse anything that we want, whether we believe is truthful or not? Do we have a right to say, I don't believe that? I do believe that. Do we have a right to say that? And they all said, they all agreed, yeah, that's our right to believe or not believe. It's our right to accept or not accept. We're not robots, we're human beings. And I said, so punishing people for not agreeing with what you say is truth does not mean that there's warranted. It's not warranted. Because I said, I mean, white people said that they came to South Africa before the bounty people were already there. But that's their truth. That's what they believe in. So the black people say, no, you guys are wrong. We were already here. The white man says, no, we came here before you got here, or we came here at the same time you got here. So it's fair game to get the land and claim ownership of the land, whether it's done with force or not force.
Ron, on that note, I want to pause really quickly because there is a comment here that I want you to address. And you guys do me a favor and like this this discussion, as well as support. If you can, we appreciate the support. But I want to address this comment here from Barbara Lucas. She says, you're trying to politicize their identity. Follow the scriptures to follow who God is. And when I look at this, comment, in my mind, I'm hearing somebody who is a hypocrite. And if you aren't a hypocrite, please correct yourself and help me to understand how not. Because when I think about the politicization of Yah's people, that's something that Europeans do. That's not something that we've been doing. You all have sold us a message and expected us for the rest of our days to believe that you are the dominant society. And it's through the force of politicization, through people or organizations like the South African Jewish Board of Deputies. So we are going through the scriptures. We're going line upon line, precept upon precept. You're sitting here listening to it, and yet your cognitive dissonance won't allow you to hear the truth of what it is. Brother Ron, what do you say to people who make comments like you're political?
Put that comment back up too, so I'll go after Ron.
Yeah, you're trying to politicize their identity. Please, what do you think about comments like that?
What does politics have to do with an identity? I mean, I don't understand that question. Politics, like, I mean, to me, when you think about politics, you think about governments and laws and rules. There is no, I mean, in the Bible, it says that the children of Israel were determined, their pedigree was determined by their father's house. And we know that in history, that the children of Israel, it says, you know, who they came from. They came from Jacob. It says that they sold Joseph into slavery in Egypt, and then the rest of them came into Egypt. They stayed there for hundreds of years. They intermarried with the Egyptians and the Cushites, Moses, Joseph. Then they left. And when they left, they made their way in the wilderness to Mount Sinai. And Mount Sinai, they received the law. The law was a lot of the stuff that we see. It's called Torah customs. And so these are what shapes the traditions and customs and practices in civil, criminal, religious, all types of morality things that the Bantu people are following naturally. Nobody came to them from, you know, a Jewish organization or Jewish school or rabbis to teach them these things. And in addition to all these things, we see within the culture, which includes language, that, and even DNA science, we can tell that these people have an obvious Israelite ancestry. So how I'm politicizing who are the Israelites in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Americas, in the Caribbean, I don't understand that question. What does that got to do with anything? To me, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, the thing about it is, if you can see, it's always a distraction, deflecting. It has nothing to do with the subject. You're talking about facts. You're talking about evidence. You're talking about things that you've researched that we really don't have to validate. And by the name of that person, we're already discern what nation you're from. And I have to let you know, we're no longer bound by your teachings anymore. We're no longer bound by your limited knowledge of theory, of always projecting your culture upon other nations, especially the Hebrews. We're no longer distracted by the questions you ask by what is white or black. See, we're in a new era where the Most High is moving himself throughout the entire world, pouring his spirit, and he's revealing everybody. He's revealing everybody. So we no longer need to be validated by the Yales and the Harvards. We no longer need to be validated by your system or the westernized mindset. We are at a point in life where we are changing our identity, right? Because the Most High has a lot to do with it. He has a lot to do with it. See, we are ruled by a spirit that's like the mind of Yahusha, to take us back to the Father, to the one that created everything, including you. You at his will. You at his whim. You're doing the deeds of what he has purpose for you to do. And we understand that very well. See, before the awakening, we would have not known to say these things. But because we have a new spirit upon us, we know exactly what to say. And we're going to speak the words of our Father, whether you like it or not. Now, I know you're here, and hopefully you can learn and you can understand exactly what's going on. But the guards are changing. You know, Satan rules the world right now, and the Most High seek to make his name to be known all throughout this earth. No one can stop it. Even I can't. So hopefully we can all play our part. And if you stand for righteousness, if you stand for good and what is good, then you would do what the Father say and assume your position in your role. See, what it is that you have the Most High, you have Yahusha, right? You have the angels who are the messengers who give the message to what? The Israelites. And then the Israelites in turn give the message to the other world, to the other nation. That is the order. And this is what we're going to operate on. So I pray that, you know, you can look within yourself and learn a little something today, because this is where it's going. The kingdom is at hand and it's coming forward. And there's none of us, even Ron, Ashanda, Trump, Biden, even the powers that be, those that call themselves Zionists, it doesn't matter. It's coming down to it. And we can understand what's going on. But yeah, no one's going to be able to stop this. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I want to say, you know, because, and Brother Ron will be right back. But I want to say, you know, in regards to your comments, Barbara, we are fully aware of that. I'm assuming that this is the first time that you're here on this platform and you don't understand where our stance is. We are bought and with the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach, okay? We understand that flesh and blood is not going to inherit the kingdom of the Most High Elohim. But the reality is that whether you're Caucasian, I don't know if you're Caucasian or not, but it's the Europeans that don't understand that message. It's the Europeans that have propagated that message and used it like a weapon against Yah's people to try to disconnect us from the promise on this earth that he's given us. He says that there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and that the 12 tribes of Israel will be the ones that are ruling and reigning with him on that new heaven and the new earth, And so therefore, when you're making comments like, okay, flesh and blood will not inherit his kingdom, you know, you're going back to what your forefathers did and trying to use that scripture to weaponize against us so that in the sweet by and by, that's what we're supposed to accept. But in the meantime, you're colonizing all the lands. In the meantime, you're taking up all the natural resources. In the meantime, everywhere you go, there is nothing but war. So don't tell us that. You need to tell your brethren that. You need to tell your Christian pastors, and you need to tell your Christian leaders, and you need to tell all of your political European leaders that they will not inherit the kingdom of the Most High in their flesh and blood. They won't inherit that. See, because everything that you see right now in this current earth is passing. We're aware of that. It's all passing away. We have a heavenly hope, and we have an eternal hope, and we have a hope for the future, which does not include European colonization. So I know that might anger you, that might upset you, because the changing of the guard and the awakening of the true Yahudim, the awakening of the true tribes of Israel. But that's okay. That's something that you're going to have to go before the Father. If you belong to him, you're going to have to go before him and reconcile with him. But based off of your comments, I'm actually not, you know, seeing that you belong to him. So I will repent if I were you and put my faith in the only true and living Yahushua HaMashiach, the Lion of the tribe of Judah.
And this is prophetic. This is so prophetic. Go to, before you go, Ron, go to Matthew 5:13. And this is where I was actually going to go earlier. Remember when I mentioned the scripture from the very beginning? So maybe it is the Most High's timing that is so impeccable. Matthew 5, disciples and the world, right? And we're going to Matthew 5:13 to Matthew 20. I appreciate you, Barbara. You definitely brought this out. So the Most High evidently was using you. So here we go. Are you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
Matthew,
okay.
Matthew
5:13, and we go down to 20.
Okay.
Flesh and blood cannot inherit. We get that. Trust me, we understand that very well. That's why he said his word should not depart from Zion. That means we are the one that teach this. A lot of times, okay, here we go. It said, you are the salt of the earth. Who is that talking about? It's talking about the Israelites. But if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? We lost our savor. We lost our saltiness. This is why the world is in the position that it's in right now. It is no longer good for anything except to what? Be thrown out and trampled underfoot. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. So all the information we're finding out, we cannot hide it. And I know there are brews that say, if y'all got all this information, why y'all not hid it? Why y'all not act behind the scenes? No, this stuff is going to be known because the scriptures say knowledge shall increase, right? Could be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. I'll use Ron as an example. The light, the word. If the Most High gave this man a word, or anybody that he uses, you can't hide it. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. All of this is to glorify our Father. All of this is to make sure that he is known, that his law go forward. His law go forward. And he says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. Oh, we ain't abolished it. See, back in the days, Barbara, this is what you guys taught us, to abolish the laws of our Father. Oh, that is no longer valid. But then we woke up and the Ruach said, hey, hold up. The law is still in effect. It is still in effect. And the prophets, not just the New Testament. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. What? To fix them back, to put them back in order. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, heaven and earth is still here. Not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen, dot your I's, right, cross your T's, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished. We know everything is not accomplished, right? Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of these least of these commands and teaches others accordingly will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Be careful, because you may be called least. But whoever practices and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. We desire to preach and practice and teach the laws and the commandments of our Most High. For I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of the law, because they always coming against the teachers, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. So you're right, flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom. We desire not to operate in the flesh, although we are flesh. So we die daily to put a spiritual mind on, spiritual understanding, to accomplish this kingdom in the flesh. You get it? So when we come on this thing and you try to teach Israelites, it's not going to go, because what you're doing is you're bucking against the order. And this is one of the main things that I teach, especially when I went. Matter of fact, I had some Gentiles, amazing Gentiles, invited me to come sing at the Hebrew Fest. And it was an amazing time. Many of them understand the order. They understood it. They understood it. There is an order that the Most High has set on this earth, even to the nations. He gave 12 tribes, but there was only one tribe that was in his inheritance, and that was the Levite. And even within the Levites, all of them couldn't do the assignment of the temple. He chose Aaron. So he always chooses a remnant of a remnant of a remnant to do his bidding. So I'd be careful, But yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to point that out, because this is the time that we must all submit to the will of the Most High and to his word. We can't just say what we want to say and think it's going to be gold. We can't just think that all the theories and the things that we've learned from our forefathers are true. We all have to study this thing and do it ourselves to be able to. But when we do hear truth, you have to acknowledge it. But yeah, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, so the Jews, they brought up, they said, with regard to the submission that the film constituted hate speech and constitutes an incitement to cause harm, and therefore contravenes the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act 4 of 2000, they said that the classification committee conceded that prejudice contains hate speech due to the usage of the word Negro or Negroid, which represents the slave era. And they said that the present prejudice of using the word Negro may have a sense of threat and menace, because the scenes may imply social acceptance and can corrode a sense of moral responsibility, distressing or upsetting in younger, impressionable viewers whose moral and cognitive development is still heavily reliant on social norms, particularly children under 13, as they are highly impressionable due to the uses of the word Negro, including the title itself. And so the way that I countered that, is by saying that if you go to the FPB, they have a little icon on every movie or series that we see at the theater, or we see it on the screen on Netflix. Like if I were to watch this new series, Supercell on Netflix, it'll have the FPB icon in the upper right. So they're the gatekeepers of what gets through distribution to be seen by the South African public. So I said in 2014 in South Africa, 12 Years a Slave was distributed by New Metro Distribution and seen in the theaters in South Africa. And you guys allowed it to be seen. You guys gave it a rating and classified it as, it's legal. But in the movie, not only do they use the word Negro, but in the movie, y'all use the word nigger multiple times. And I said, so the word, the N word was used many times in the movie 12 Years a Slave, which premiered in South Africa movie theaters in 2014. I said, did the South African Jewish Board of Deputies, did they ban this movie? Did they ask to give it an XX rating because of the word nigger in the movie?
Of course not.
Or NIGGR? Did they file a complaint against the makers of this movie? No. And I said, so now you guys are coming against Hebrews to Negroes because of the word Negro, saying this is hate speech. But where are you guys at in 2014 when 12 Years a Slave came out? And it said all this the derogatory words that go back to the slave era. And they had nothing to say. They were quiet as a mouse. So I basically said to them, you guys are picking and choosing what you want to use to try to attack this documentary. And I said that you guys are saying that this film is not a bona fide documentary with any historical and educational merits. And you say that it does not have public interest. However, I said that it does have public interest in that it is a bona fide documentary with historical and educational merit. So they said, well, the content does not resonate in incitement to cause imminent violence. So they admitted that the content didn't resonate in incitement to imminent violence. They did say, however, it demonstrates underlying tones of infringement to opposing the validity of religious, cultural, and racial rights of expression and belief. And I said to them that the movie Hebrews to Negroes target audience is Black people. I said it's not to change what European Jews believe as it relates to their identity, ancestry, religious beliefs, cultural customs, traditions, or how they express themselves. I said the Jews can continue to believe what their ancestors and forefathers before them have taught them, which I said is a lie, and I could prove it, and they are the descendants of Japheth. And I told them, I said, look, I said, based on the documentary, based on facts, research, and information, you guys are the descendants of Noah's eldest son, Japheth. You are the white race, and you follow the religion Judaism. That's basically your identity. And I said, this is not name calling. You are of the white race. I am of the black race. You follow the religion of Talmudic Judaism or Phariseeism. And I said, I follow the Old Testament and the New Testament. I'm a Messianic Judaism, if you want to call that, I even have a word. And I said, my ethnicity is that of Shem and his forefather, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I said, this is who I am. This is who you are. This is not name calling or calling you a derogatory term. And I said that you have a right to continue to have your own opinion. And I said, the movie is not about proving whether or not Black people should follow and practice Islam, Talmudic Judaism, Karaite Judaism, Messianic Judaism, Christianity, or African spirituality. Our aim is to not prove what religion is right or wrong. It's about proving the true identity and ancestry of the Bantu Negro people as it relates to the ancient civilizations thousands of years ago in the history of the 12 tribes of Israel. And I said to them, I said, the Jews still have the right to express themselves and the right to practice their religion. They also, as sovereign human beings, have the right to free speech and an opinion. I said they, like any person in South Africa who sees this movie, can disagree with the movie, documentary, or agree with it. I said this is their right. And I said the Jews, however, do not have a right to parent the people of South Africa by banning the movie from them even getting to see the movie to agree or not agree with the information obtained in it. Mm. And they sat there and was like, they sat there and didn't say not one word. They were mad. And I said, the ADL, you guys want to throw this in there? Oh, the ADL is a civil rights group, and they were against the movie. And this is an American civil rights group that was against the movie Hebrews Negroes. And I said, wait a minute. I said, you guys are trying to make it seem as though a Black civil rights organization condemned the movie Hebrews Negroes. Like, you're going to get some cool points for that from the SA film board. And I said, the ADL is not a Black civil rights group that fights black causes. I said it fights. It says it right here. The first word, it says it fights anti-Semitism. It doesn't say it fights black, racist, or whatever. It says anti-Semitism, extremism in all forms of hate, regardless of ideology or party. It doesn't say race. It doesn't say regardless of race. It says ideology or party.
Right.
Hold on. Didn't they say they were partnered with ADL and they don't know what ADL is?
Right.
Nope. Right. Yeah. So I said it does not say in all forms of hate, regardless of race. It says ideology or party. And I had to break that down to them so they can understand. I said the ADL does not fight for the rights of people and offer them protection under the law, regardless of their race, religion, or other personal characteristics, meaning that our personal characteristics of us is black. And we have people that hate us because of our personal characteristics and our race. Black people are not hated on in America. Majority, the history has not been because of our religion. The majority of why we were enslaved and hung and whipped and raped and killed is because they did not like the black race and our characteristics. They made fun of our black skin and our lips and our nose and our hair, and they compared us to monkeys. I said, this has nothing to do with our religion. And I said, so when you look at the ADL, it says it here. They are not champion battling hate regardless of ideology, race, gender, and all. No, it says right here, ideology or party on their website. And the Jews sat they sat there and listened like, oh. And I said that the ADL does not fight for the civil rights of Black Americans, Arab Americans, Palestinians, American Iranians, Native American Indians. No. I said, but the ADL does support reparations for its Jewish citizens in Israel and America that are Holocaust survivors. Yes, the ADL did support and welcome Obama awarding $12 million to the Holocaust survivors in 2015. It's in the Cleveland Jewish News. And I said, yes, when the journalists gave the Holocaust survivors reparations then and now, I said the ADL is like, yes, it's warranted. But when Black people need reparations for American slavery or Caribbean slavery, the ADL is not there to champion and to stand side by side for us to get reparations. And I said, frankly, I said, you owe us reparations too. And I said, you owe us reparations because I said, and I said this in the meeting, I said, any Jewish person that wants to bet that they did not have a hand in the transatlantic slave trade and they didn't own slaves, they didn't own slave ships, whatever. I said, you want to bet me your house or your car right now and say, no, Ron, you're wrong. We didn't have any part in the transatlantic slave trade. I said, guess what? According to the facts and research that I've done, I'll be coming to get your car and your house. So don't bet me that you didn't have a hand in slavery. And therefore, if you had a hand in our slavery and our oppression and our death, then you owe us reparations too. And they didn't say anything. They didn't say not one word. And I said the NAACP is a Black civil rights group that fights for Black racism and discrimination in America. And so I continuously hammered the fact that you cannot ban and censor what you do not like. And I said to the committee and to everybody sitting there, I said, you are not a parent.
You are not a world's parent.
Yeah, I broke down the law, the South African Constitution, freedom of expression, freedom of opinion, to receive and impart information and ideas without interference by public authority and regardless of frontiers. You see, Kyrie Irving had He has a right of freedom of expression. He has the freedom to hold his own opinion and to receive and impart information from a movie or a book without interference. He has that same right. But the people that came against him, we don't challenge them. We do not challenge them in the court of law. Kyrie Irving could have easily took them to court. He could have sued the Rolling Stones, the NBA, the 80s. He could have sued a lot of people because in the Constitution, you have a freedom of speech, a freedom of expression, a freedom of opinion. Yes, he has that. But he just took the punches and didn't fight back. He had to do what he had to do to get back in the NBA. And that's what he did. But we don't never come together to fight them with the law that's in the Constitution. And that's exactly what I said to them in the meeting. I said, we have, and people in South Africa have the right to receive and impart information and to hold an opinion when they see the movie Hebrews to Negroes. You can't censor everything that you don't like. And I broke down the chart in the South African Bill of Rights. It says it in the South African Bill of Rights. Your freedom of religion, belief, and opinion. Freedom of expression, which includes the press and the media, and the freedom to receive and impart information or ideas. Yeah, it's there. And so I constantly said, look, Martin Luther King had an opinion. Malcolm X had an opinion. Marcus Garvey had an opinion. Theodore Herzl had an opinion. Mahatma Gandhi had an opinion. Harold Wallace Rosenthal had an opinion. Benjamin Friedman had an opinion. Adolf Hitler had an opinion. Henry Ford had an opinion. Rabbi Moses ben Maimon, aka Rambam, he had an opinion. The Jewish sages and creators of the Babylonian Jerusalem Talmud, they had an opinion. Abraham Lincoln had an opinion. Margaret Sanger had an opinion, and others. And I said, in your history, Rabbi Moses Maimonides had an opinion. He put it in a book. It's called The Guide for the Perplexed. In his book, he said the Negroes found in the remote South and those who resemble them from among them that are with us in these climes, the status of those Negroes is like that of irrational animals. To my mind, they do not have the rank of men, but have among the beings of rank of lower than the rank of a man, but higher than the rank of an ape. For they have the external shape and lineaments of a man and a faculty of discernment that is superior to that of the apes. And I said, this is your Jewish rabbi and sage. I said, the book is it's in South Africa on the bookstores. I said, so how did this get past the South African Film and Publications Board? I said, it's a literal publication. I said, so this book was published and it's on a South African, the biggest bookstore in South Africa is Exclusive Books. It's the biggest chain bookstore. The founder of Exclusive Books, his wife was Jewish. I said, this book, you can buy it right now in South Africa. I said, where's the FPB at? Where are you guys at in stopping this? And I said, Hillel the Elder, one of the founders of the Babylonian Talmud and developer of the Mishnah, and the founder of the House of Hillel School of Tanaim, he even says something in the Talmud, which is his opinion. And the reason why we know it's his opinion, because in the story, a man asked Hillel some questions. And Hillel is getting his hair washed. And he said, Go ahead and ask me. Go ahead and ask me your questions, man. And Hillel answers the questions. And the Talmud is the central text of the rabbinic Judaism, and it's the primary source of Jewish religious law and Jewish theology. Just like the Quran and the Hadith is the central text of Islam. And I told them, I said, the Babylonian Talmud, you can get it today at any bookstore in South Africa, right? And they didn't say anything. And I said, in the Babylonian Talmud, Hillel said this. So the guy said, where is Hillel? And then Hillel said, who here is Hillel? Hillel wrapped himself and came out to the man, and he said to him, my son, what do you seek? The guy said, I have a question to ask. Hillel said to the boy or the man, ask, my son, ask. And the man asked Hillel, the rabbi, why are the feet of Africans so wide? And Hillel said, my son, you have asked a great question. It's because they live in watery marshes. The reason is because they live in marshlands and their feet widen to enable them to walk through those swampy areas. And I said, this is in your Talmud. I said, Safaria.com is where you can go to look at the Mishnah and the Talmud. You can look at it. Here's the link. And I showed it to everybody in the room, in the office. The committee was looking at it. The South African Jewish Board, the deputies looked at it. The lawyers looked at it. And I said, this is fact. And I said, and it's on the bookstores here in South Africa. And they're talking about black people having wide feet because we live in the marshes. We live in the swamps. I said, but these things are the opinions of the Jewish sages and rabbis. And you're not coming after this guy in his book, in his opinion, are you? No, you're not. But you're coming after Henry Ford, Adolf Hitler, and Harry Wallace Rosenthal for their opinion that they have, whether it was in a book or whether they said it openly somewhere. And I said, listen, guys, you keep saying that the movie is not a documentary, so therefore we need to just say that this movie needs to be banned and reclassified, because they know that in section 16.4 of the Act, in terms of classifying a publication like a movie, that the committee shall refuse to classify a publication like a movie if the publication contains child pornography, propaganda for war, or incitement of imminent violence, or the advocacy of hatred based on any identifiable group characteristics, and that constitutes an incitement to cause harm, unless judged within context, the publication is a bona fide documentary or is a publication of scientific, literary, or artistic merit, or is on a matter of public interest, in which event the publication shall be classified with reference to the guidelines, like 16p. And so I said, linguistics is the scientific study of language. Archaeology is the scientific study of the material remains of past human life and activities. Anthropology is the scientific study of humanity concerned with human behavior, human biology, cultures, societies, linguistics in both the present and the past. I said genetics is the scientific study of genes, genetic variation, and heredity in organisms. I said this documentary is a bona fide documentary and it's a publication of scientific merit, literary merit, and artistic merit. And I said the reason why we know it also has literary merit is that literature is a story, a writer's opinion. It may not be factual, but historical writing is a branch of literature. And the movie does contain ancient historical references and documents. And I said artistic merit is the artistic quality or value of any publication, whether it's music, film, art, or literature. And I said in the movie, there's cinematic music, there's real life videos, real life images, and there's also literature in the documentary. So I said, yes, the movie does classify as a documentary, and it does have scientific, literary, and artistic merit. And they didn't like it. They didn't like it when I broke that down because they couldn't argue because I said, listen, a jury sits and listens to the opposing arguments. And I said, they are not, when they come to sit down, they are not coached. They're not sitting before Ron Dalton prior to being selected on the jury. And I'm telling them, look, guys, this guy is guilty. He has this, he's done this. No, when they sit down and they are in trial, this is the first time they're hearing about the people being charged. I said, well, here we are sitting here with the same committee that's going to watch the film. We got random people in society that's a part of the committee going to watch the film, and you want them to watch it with an unbiased mind without having any pre-formulated opinions about the movie or Ron Dalton. But here we are because of the Jews' request. Listening, the committee is, it's like the jury is listening to why the Jews say the movie needs to be banned. And then they got to listen to me on why the movie should not be banned before they even watch the movie. So imagine if the committee was all white people or all Jews. Imagine that. I would be probably looking like, well, I guess they're going to rule in their favor. But thankfully, the committee is a representation of the public of South Africa, and the majority of people in South Africa are Black. So the chances of the committee, whether it's 4 or 5 people, being all white or all Jewish is slim. And the Jews know this. So they had to give all they got to convince the Black people in the committee that's going to be watching the film and classifying it and rating it. They had to convince them that this is the worst film in the world. It's hate speech. It's anti-Semitic. It calls for violence and all this stuff. Yeah, I understand that. But I said, in a real court of law, this is not how things work. The people that are the judges or the jury, they have to be impartial and to uphold justice without fear, favor, or prejudice. Man. And so I gave the analogy. I said, let's just say a Chinese filmmaker in China did a movie about the ancient Chinese history as it goes back to, say, 3000 BC. Would Jewish people or Black people, if they put up a fight and said, no, we don't like this documentary, it mentions some things that we don't like, ban the movie by a Chinese filmmaker about the history of the Chinese people. The Chinese people wouldn't ban it. If this was the same case in India, an Indian filmmaker did a documentary about the identity of the Indian people as it relates to like 4000 BC, and some Black people in India didn't like it for whatever reason, and they said ban it, censor it. No, the Indian government and the Indian Film Institution Board will say, no, how dare these Black people in India try to ban this Indian movie in our country? Same thing in Arabia, same thing in Israel. Imagine a Jewish filmmaker making a film about the history of the Jews and how they connect themselves to ancient Israel, and you got the demoted Israelites upset and mad, saying that it slights their identity and who they are, and it has some comments in there that we didn't like. Imagine them saying that and telling the Israeli Film and Publication Board to ban the movie. they would not do it. They would uphold this Israeli film about Israeli history. So we have to look at these things, and they understood clearly the analogy that I made, and how it makes no sense that in South Africa, a black continent, that they would have the nerve to do this.
But you know what, Ron? They expect us. They expect that of only us, and that's in every single industry, whether it's in film, or whether it's in technology, whether, you know, I was just talking today about a black-owned grocery store and how someone, you know, highlighted that, and they were told that they were racist for being a black person highlighting a black-owned grocery store. It's like we're the only ones expected to be able to kowtow to whatever ethnic group decides that they're offended. But when it comes to us, we wouldn't even think for 1 second about going against Asians about their history, or Arabs about their history. We wouldn't think about it for 1 second. Why? Because we let them handle their business. But as you said, they want to parent us.
And because we've always conformed to what they say. You see what I'm saying? We never really fight back. You know, just even with the reparations and all of this stuff that's going on. And yeah, Juneteenth, it existed, but really June 19th was just a day to say shut up. It was really just a day to say shut up. And then we accepted it. Now we throw parties and spend our last check on that day. I mean, it's just the tricks that they play on us, because they're not ready to give us anything tangible. They just do things to make us feel good, have a party, and say, hey, we free in our minds. But we say we free in our minds, but when it comes to the action itself, we're not really free. You know, even amongst one another, we won't do things to better our community. Even when we cry more and more and more about it, we still don't do nothing about it. I mean, you got, just like Ron was saying earlier, right now, I think you have about 838 people right now watching the live, and a few, almost 100 on mine, right? Imagine if all these people came together, everyone here, and really say they believe, and came together and say, you know what, we're going to do some real group economics. There's a lot of things we can make happen. But guess what? All throughout the ages, there's so many distrusts among our people that even one comes step forward to say, let's do something good, we just don't trust them anymore, because they've already built us a certain way. We conform to how they say we should behave, and that's exactly what we do. But other nations, they ain't with that. As soon as you try to stop them from being a people, oh, they rising up. You see what I'm saying? And I think we really need to learn a true lesson from that. And from this day forward, we should move with a different mindset, not just spiritually, but from a tangible standpoint, practically, economically, all of that. I think Ron is back.
In the meeting, that there's a grand conspiracy that the movie promotes, that the Jews, they are in key positions of power in the movie TV industry. I said before the 1900s, America had 1% of the population was Jewish, and then after the 1930s, Jews they formed 3% of the population of America. And I said something happened after that. I said they began to thrive in different sectors of America as artisans, one being movies and television. And I said, it is a known fact that these movies that we see in America, Roots, the Wolper organization, 12 Years a Slave, the Django, Amistad. I said, who do you think is producing and distributing these movies so that we can see them on the big screen and in our home? And I said, the founding distribution companies of Hollywood, MGM, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal. I said, these were all founded by Jews. I said, this is a fact. I said, this is not conspiracy. This is not forgery and falsehoods. I didn't pull this out of the sky. And I said, let's look at the facts. And I said, Warner Brothers was started by Hertz Moles, I can't pronounce his name, a Jew. I said, Universal Studios, Carl Lemley, a Jew. Paramount Studios, Adolf Zukor, an Ashkenazi Jew. MGM Studios, Louis B. Mayer and Samuel Goldwyn, an Ashkenazi Jew. I said, even Jonathan Greenblatt, president of the ADL, on September the 12th, 2023, in Los Angeles, California, at the Academy Museum of Motion Pictures, he states that these Jewish executives built this industry, meaning Hollywood, and played a vital role in shaping Hollywood's landscape. I said, the ADL president said this. And I said, and even the Los Angeles Times says that the Academy Museum took heat for its handling of Hollywood's Jewish founders. So they already admitted it. I said, you already said that your counterpart is the ADL. Jonathan Greenblatt admits that the founding fathers of movies, aka Hollywood, was founded by the Jews. So don't sit here and tell me these things. And I said, look, 12 years a slave. Let's look at the birth of a nation. Fox Searchlight Pictures, Tom Rothman, Jewish. Lee Daniels, the butler, the Weinstein Company, Harvey Weinstein, Jewish. Harriet, Focus Features, James Schmoss, Jewish. Universal Pictures, Jewish. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Marvel Studios, Stanley Lieber, Jewish. A.V. Arad is the current CEO of Marvel, Jewish. Searchlight Pictures, Thomas Rothman, Jewish, 12 years a slave. Warner Brothers, Serafina, Jewish. DreamWorks, Viacom, Paramount, Jewish. Steven Spielberg, Jewish. I said, so when Kyrie promoted the movie Hebrews to Negroes, of course, the Jewish community is going to tell Amazon to take down the film. Jerusalem Post is going to tell people in the media and in America that this book and movie needs to be banned. It's a bestseller on Amazon and Apple. It's a conspiracy theory that Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America is promoting. Hollywood celebrities are pulling together in open letter petitions urging Amazon and Barnes & Noble to drop the film. Wall Street Journal. I said all this stuff is because, not because of the film is grossly anti-Semitic, it's because the film proves that we are Israelites. And according to the law of return that was passed by the Israeli parliament in 1950, it gives all diasporan Israelites, as well as their children and grandchildren, the right to relocate to Israel and to acquire Israeli citizenship on the basis of connecting to their Israelite Jewish identity. Because if you ask any Jewish person today, are you a descendant of the 12 tribes of Israel? They're going to say yes. So essentially, they're saying that they are an Israelite. So if we can prove we are Israelites, then by law, we should be able to be granted to come back to Israel and get citizenship under the law of return. And they don't want this to happen, because how can you all of a sudden say, okay, the Ethiopian Jews are Jews, and now we're going to add to the list Negroes in America, South America, North America, Central America, the Caribbean, and in Sub-Saharan Africa. They're all Jews. Okay, I don't want to stay in America anymore. I want citizenship in Israel. So you gotta give them to me according to the law. They don't want to do that. And I said this is the dilemma that they have to face. Igbos, South Africans, Congolese, Rwanda, I mean, any country that people are seeing the word Israelite, they're gonna have to say, okay, well, come on home. But that's not the case currently, because Black people that identify as being Hebrews in Israel, they are threatened all the time to be deported. But they say they're Israelites. They're Jewish. No, not according to the government. So I told them that here, this is the definition. This is the true thing that we're delineating here in the movie. Race, religion, and ethnicity. Race is based on physical characteristics and putting people into groups like the Asian race, the Black race, the white race. Religion is, of course, different religions that we see people following. And ethnicity is based on your ancestry and your nationality, or your pedigree and genealogy. And I said that the book and movie Hebrews to Negroes proves that we are the Israelites and the European Jews are of the white race. They follow the religion of Judaism, and they are ethnically the descendants of Noah's son Japheth, not Shem. So I gave them all these things, and I even broke down what they say is the definition of who is a Jew based on your mother's lineage, and how in the Torah, of course, we know that it's a different scripture that talks about the pedigree of the father being the determining factor of if you're an Israelite or not. And so when we look at these things, and I broke down the DNA, then they really didn't say a lot in terms of proving who is an Israelite or not. And I think the DNA is the part that is in the movie that they also don't like, in terms of the DNA. And everybody knows that in the movie Hebrews Sneakers that I'm using maternal DNA, I'm using paternal DNA to lay the claim of how we can say that we are an Israelite and we're not a Hamite. So they listened to all these things, and I broke down how the maternal DNA is passed down from grandmother to mother to daughter and son, and that the maternal DNA of the Jews today, according to many scientific peer-reviewed genetic articles that have their own citation and docket number, I said this proves that the ancient European ancestry DNA that's seen in all Europeans is also seen in the majority of your maternal DNA. And I said, so how is it that people that are in Europe that are Christians or atheists, they don't identify as Jewish, they have the same DNA as you and your women and your sons, but yet you don't identify all the people in Europe as being Jews, because best believe there is maternal DNA in all Europeans that you have as well. And if you guys have K and H and HV and J and I, and the Europeans have it, then that means that they are also Israelites as well. They are also Israelites. So I broke all this stuff down, and I went ahead and broke down, and I'm gonna skip past all these things because I said the public interest shows that in America that the majority of people that watched the film Hebrews to Negroes gave it 4.5 or 4.7 out of 5 stars, and that they all documented that the documentary was edifying. It was edifying. And you can't say that a movie is bad if people are saying that it's edifying. In blue. And so then even in the book, I showed them that in the book, it's been out since 2015, movie based off a book. I said that the book has 4.8 stars out of 5. I said, so the public interest in America on those that read the book for the last 9 years has been a positive entry in terms of the rating system of the book.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, likewise, this book and movie, since it's targeting Black people, is going to likely receive the same rating, and therefore it is a public interest because it is a public interest and is edifying to Black people in America. And I broke all these things down, and I said, here we see that Amazon has their own content guidelines that allows stuff to be seen on Amazon Prime Video. And I said, and it has the same thing that you guys are seeing. Hateful content that contains derogatory comments, hate speech, threats, specifically targeting any group of individuals, content that promotes hate speech or incites racial or gender hatred, promotes groups or organizations that supports such beliefs. I said this is all in Amazon's content guidelines, but yet their team of lawyers did not think that Hebrews to Negroes violated these things. Therefore, the second largest streaming platform in the world behind Netflix did not agree that the movie is grossly anti-Semitic and violated all these content guideline rules. And I let the committee know this. And I said, you guys keep bringing up Kyrie Irving and he's suspended and everybody condemned it. And I said, but people are not being condemned for people in Israel calling us Black people. They're not paying $500,000. They're not being suspended. They're not having to get training, sensitivity training. They're not having to go through the things that Kyrie Irving went through. And I said, if you're going to ban Hebrews to Negroes in America, in Africa, then right now, I said there's tons of anti-Semitic posts, or a lot of people posting on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook about their disfavor and disliking of what's happening in Palestine. I said, so all the stuff that's happening in Palestine, a lot of people are expressing their views and opinions in regards to their stance on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And a lot of the comments and posts you would think is grossly anti-Semitic, and it contains a lot of hate speech. But yet, are you guys going to ban TikTok in South Africa? Are you guys going to ban Instagram and Twitter in South Africa? Because I can show you many incidences where a lot of the posts and comments on these platforms seen by people with IP addresses in South Africa are not being challenged. And these companies are not banning or not being threatened to be banned by the South African government and the South African Jewish Board of Deputies coming after them. I said, so what's up with that? And I said, because in America, TikTok is under scrutiny and it may be banned soon as the United States clears it through the House and the Senate in terms of the law or the bill. And I said, these are the things that we have to look at. I said, because discrimination is when you do something for one, but don't do for the other. I said, so do you want to go into a discrimination case where you're banning and censoring Hebrews to Negroes, but you're not doing it on all fronts for different examples of clear hate speech or anti this or anti that? And I said, here we have Henry Ford. Every author has an opinion in a book. This is the author's viewpoint, and it's the way an author looks at a topic or the ideas being described. So I said, the way that we feel and understand about a book and its contents is personal, and it's shaped by the author's viewpoint and our own experiences. And the reason why we can have different thoughts about the same book is that we all state things a little differently. This is why people leave reviews after watching a movie or reading a book. I said, well, you can't take away people's opinion. And I said, you can't ban a book because you don't like the author's opinion, or you don't want the people that's going to read the book to formulate their own opinion, whether it's good or bad, in terms of the Jews and what you feel. So you can't do that. You can't parent the world. You can't parent South Africa. And I said, Mein Kampf is by a man named Adolf Hitler who was anti-Semitic in your eyes. Yes, but his book is not being attacked by the ADL or the South African Board of Deputies, because it's on store shelves in South Africa and in America.
Did they have any response to that when you said that? Because you would think that a book that was written specifically targeting them, not targeting any other racial demographic, but them, would be something that would be of great focus for them. Did they have any rebuttal?
No rebuttal at all. All they did was get red. They took off their kippah. There were facial glitches and twitches, like they were having some kind of breakdown. They were getting up. They were walking out. They were pacing the floor. They were whispering to each other. They were throwing up their hands. They were squirming in their seats. They were very uncomfortable at the truth that I was giving them that they could not refute. And I told them, I said, The Hidden Tyranny by Harold Wallace Rosenthal, again, is a book about an interview that happened between a Jewish man and a white man. And they said, well, it's a forgery, it's a fake, it's not real. I said, but it's stored in the U.S. government public digital library.
They lied so much. It's like they trying to catch up with their lie, but it's too late. It is so too late. You know what I'm saying? Whenever they don't agree with it, it's fake, it's not real. Man, the Most High set them up really good. Praise the Most High. He set them up bad.
Yes, so I said the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library digital collection. Do you think they have books about Santa Claus and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and like Jason and Halloween and all these things that are not real? I said, do you think the Presidential Digital Library Collection has foolishness in it or stuff that's real? And I said, The Hidden Tyranny, whether you like it or not, is available on Amazon. So it passed their content guideline review and is there. And then when they talk about the Synagogue of Satan, I said, well, they said, well, the narrator speaks about the Synagogue of Satan as the evil forces that control people's minds and prevents the truth from becoming known. It also makes reference to the Star of David, which is a symbol of Jewish identity and faith. And I said, wait a minute. I said, the movie shows the geometric hexagram symbol, and you might see you will see the hexagram symbol with a horned devil figure on it. And I said, the actual words that is said is not what you guys are saying. It's the seed of Edom, the seed of Cain, the synagogue of Satan, and Lucifer himself have been a major confederate that has been against us for a very long time. And so a confederate, I said a confederate is a person, a group, or a nation united with others in a confederacy, meaning allies, supporters. And so I had to break this down to them in this matter so they can understand it. Because when you talk about the synagogue of Satan, you talk about the synagogue of Satan, you have to break down the word synagogue, you have to break down the word Satan. And so the word synagogue means a place of gathering, means to gather, to assemble together, like a meeting. Like the rabbis will come to the synagogue to gather and debate the law, discuss things, teach, whatever. And I said the synagogue was a place of congregation. In this case, it was the Jews that congregated, the scribes, the Pharisees, and the Sadducees. I said, so here we have synagogue of Satan. And I said, let's talk about this major confederate that has been against us for a very long time. and the synagogue of Satan and Lucifer himself. I said, notice how I separated the word synagogue of Satan and Lucifer, because Lucifer, his name in Hebrew is Hillel. We have the angels. We have Uriel, Raphael, Michael, Gabriel, and we have Hillel. Hillel is the Hebrew word for Lucifer. I said Satan, like Lauren, you mentioned earlier, Satan is the word adversary, opponent, foe, enemy, antagonist, somebody that is against you. And I said the hexagram is older than the Hebrews. I said Hinduism is believed to have been started in 2300 BC, before Moses, Joseph, Isaac, and Jacob lived, before King Saul, King David, and King Solomon lived. In Hinduism, they were already using the hexagram. In the 14th century, mid 14th century, the hexagram was then distinctly used as a Jewish symbol when Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV granted the Jews of Prague the right to carry a flag, and they chose the six-pointed star. I said that the hexagram, however, in ancient history has been associated also with the occult, demons, witchcraft, Satanism, sorcery. This is a known fact. I said the Church of Satan, the Satanic Temple, and the Baphomet figure, which was the iconic symbol for the Church of Satan. I said here we have the inverted pentagram with Hebrew letters around the circle. I say here we see the pentagram and the Baphomet goat head. Here we see Jewish manuscripts with the Baphomet on the manuscripts, and we also see the hexagram, and we see the Baphomet head, and then we see the all-seeing eye with horns on it. And I said, well, hold on. I said, what people in the world speak and write and understand Hebrew? Is it Black people? Is it Chinese people? Is it Japanese, Taiwanese, Filipino, Indian, Russian, United Kingdom, Spain, Portugal, France, Germany, Scandinavia, Norway, Denmark, Belarus, Prussia, Poland, Austria, Hungary, the Netherlands? I said, who today whose official language is Hebrew? And they said, and I said, Israel, right? And they said, yes. And I said, so why are these manuscripts written in Hebrew and they have all these symbols of a hexagram, an all-seeing eye, a Baphomet figure? What's going on here? And they didn't have no words for this.
Y'all better download this one, okay?
No, I'm trying to tell you, boy. I'm trying to tell you. You know what's funny? Because when Ron asked that question, but he knows, like, so who does this? Like, okay, he's looking at them like, yeah, y'all the one that do this. So it's just being presented with all these facts. You know what I'm saying? We keep going, bro, because this is just half of it. But anyway, go ahead.
So I pulled this up on the screen. And the committee, the South African committee, they're Black. They were looking at it, in the South African Jewish Board of Deputies, and their lawyers were all looking at it. The Indian guy in there was looking at it. I said, what does this say here? This says, Mendel men's satanic Baphomet hexagram goat head necklace pendant stainless steel, sold in the United States for $11.99. I said, why does the satanic Baphomet have the same geometric hexagram as a symbol of Jewish faith and the Jewish identity? Why? And they didn't say anything. And I showed this video, but I'm not going to show it for YouTube purposes. And I showed this Museum of Witchcraft and Magic. I said, why does this Museum of Witchcraft and Magic have the hexagram here? What is this all about? And they didn't say anything. Then I said, here we see on Amazon a satanic sigil, pentagram. Here we see the word hexagram again, magic journal, black magic, occult, Wicca, and satanic journals. Why is the hexagram inside of this other star. I said, we got to ask ourselves these questions. What's going on here? And I said, Satan, and you guys keep saying, oh, synagogue of Satan is in here. Well, Satan just means an adversary. It means somebody that is against, opponent, a foe. I said, an adversary is a person, group, or force that opposes or attacks. He's an opponent. He's an enemy. He's a foe. And I said, do you think that the people that did this to the Congolese people in Congo, the Belgians and King Leopold the First and his people, do you think they were the friends of the Congolese people? Or are they the enemies? Obviously, a friend doesn't come and enslave you. He doesn't come and steal you. He doesn't come and chop your hands off because you didn't pick enough rubber. And I said this to them in the room, and I said, there's a friend cut your hand off. There's a friend enslave you. There's a friend rape you. There's a friend sell you to be a slave in a plantation in Jamaica or Suriname. And they all sat there, and they were, a lot of them were turning red. A lot of them looked like they just had so much guilt and remorse in them that they were ashamed. I could tell some people were ashamed of the history of their fathers, their forefathers. And I said, synagogue is a Greek word. It means a bringing together, an assembling. That's what it means, a congregation, people coming together. In this case, when we look at Africa, there was a confederate of people and nations coming together. And we know that the people that invaded Africa as a confederate, they are the conquerors and the victors, and the conquerors write the history. They tell the history. And those that could tell the history and they control the history telling in the Catholic Church, in the Cambridge school system, they teach us English and French and Portuguese because they're the teachers. This is the whole reason why people in Africa can speak English and Dutch and Portuguese and French, because they were taught by their colonizers, their conquerors. So he who controls the history, meaning the past, controls the present.
This is good.
If you control the present, you control the past. So George Orwell said, whoever controls the past controls the future. So he meant that history is incredibly important in shaping the worldview of the next generation of people, especially African people. And I said, so when they came as a confederate to Africa, they assembled together as a synagogue, like an assembly, a gathering. And what were they to the people of Africa? They were the adversary. They were our foe, our enemy, our opponent, our antagonist. So they were literally, in terms of the definition, the synagogue of Satan. The Belgium, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Italians, the Germans, Germany, Great Britain. And I said, you guys knew what you were doing when you came into Africa. And I said, we cannot get away from the association that Jewish people had when they also came into Africa. Because I said, how did you get to Africa? How did you have Rhodesia, North and South Rhodesia, and the Zimbabwe border deputies, Jewish border deputies? How did you even get to South Africa? You came from Lithuania in Eastern Europe, correct? Yes. Did the African people invite you to come here? Did they say, come on in? Or did you come with the British and the Dutch? I said, so the affiliation with the other nations is there. The affiliation with America is there. We all can see it. The affiliation with the Great Britain or Britain and the Balfour Declaration is there. It's in the history books. You can't say that the British in America was not involved in the Balfour Declaration and the creation of the state of Israel. It's in the history books. So I said, Putin is sitting here at the Wailing Wall with a kippah, and he's lighting the menorah. He's holding the menorah. What's that all about? Well, a lot of people should know that a lot of the rich oligarchs in Russia are millionaires and billionaires, Jewish, and they support Putin.
Hold on. You're going to have to repeat that some more because this is the conversation right here that people don't want to have.
Yeah.
Conversation that people don't want to have when they're talking about Russia and Putin and pornography and he's for Africa. Please, my brother, please break it down.
And even with that, when you say that, that's why I was like, this stuff gets even deeper than this. And how Russia and China, they play a major role in the end times. But man, that's why they need to watch Volume 3. Man, it's go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, so if you understand the formation of the United Nations and the League of Nations and the USSR and the Bolsheviks and the Russian czars, you will see Stalin, Lenin, Trotsky, they're Jewish. And when you seen the transition from the USSR to the Russia, you have to understand that these Jewish millionaires and billionaires, they did not go anywhere. They're still there in Russia, and they are supporting behind the scenes Putin. There's Russian billionaires and millionaires in Russia that support Putin, and Putin knows this. He can't bite the hand that feeds him. So if they invite him to the Western Wailing Wall, he has to put on the kippah. He draws the attention of all the movers and shakers of Israel, and he lights the menorah. He holds the menorah. Imagine Prince Salman of Saudi Arabia, or the president of Turkey, or the president of Iran and Palestine and Lebanon being invited to the Wailing Wall and putting on a kippah and holding the menorah and lighting it and meeting with all the rabbis and big people in Israel. They would not do that. They would not. Imagine Kim Jong doing that, going to the Wailing Wall, the president of North Korea, and lighting the menorah, putting on a kippah, meeting with the rabbis. No. So we have to understand the alliances and partnerships of the other nations. They know this. They know this. This is all truth. And so I basically broke down who is against us, Black people in Africa. And I said, what is colonialism? Because we know that it existed and it happened. And I said, colonialism is a practice of domination, which involves the subjugation of one people, in this case, Black people, to another, the white races. Colonialism occurs when people from one country settle in another country for the purpose of exploiting its people and natural resources. Colonialism is the practice by which a powerful country directly controls less powerful countries and uses their resources to increase its own power and wealth. Colonialism is a policy or system in which a country controls another country or area. And I said, well, who's doing this? Who is colonizing Africa? Is it just Britain? Is it just France and Portugal and Spain and Germany? Are they the only people that conspired and actually carried out the colonialism of African people in sub-Saharan Africa? I said, no, it's also the Jews. And they looked at me like, huh? And I said, okay, you all know who Theodore Herzl is, right? And they said, yes, he's the founder of Zionism. I said, okay, this is what he said in his diary. It's on Amazon right now. You can buy it. It passed the content guidelines. And they said, oh, and I said, well, okay, well, in his diaries, this man, Theodore Herzl, he uncovers the plans for the Jewish people to colonize Africa. And I said, we just went over what colonialism is, right? And they sat there listening. I said, so now let's go into the Jewish people's plans to colonize Africa, as said by Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism. I said, you cannot take over someone's land and move them to the side or move them out the way to make way for your own people unless it's done with trickery or force, with or without support from other allies. Like in this case, the British or the Americans. I said, this is not what a friend does to one another.
Mm.
And they sat there and listened. And I said, in Theodore Herzl's own diary, page 1414, and I read this in front of the whole committee. I said, there is still another reason that caused me to act now. This is Theodore Herzl talking. In several countries, the situation of our poor Jews have become so intolerable that we must find a refuge for them at any cost. This is why the Zionist Committee, of which I am the head, has entered into negotiations with a government that controls sufficient territory in Africa. These negotiations are quite serious and quite advanced. I am at a very advanced stage of negotiation about a plan for Jewish colonization in Africa. Before bringing the matter to a conclusion, I wanted to apply one last time to that quarter where so many sympathies draw me. Goes on to say on page 1551, the most difficult moment came when I had to lay before the Congress the British government's offer concerning a territory in Africa for our colonization. As I had the honor of telling YE, I had sought the aid of the British government for obtaining Egypt-Palestine. This request having been refused by the Egyptian government, the British government was kind enough to offer us a territory in East Africa. The proposal was contained in a letter to Sir Clement Hill, dated August 14th, and sent to Basel. A territory we can find elsewhere. We have found it. You have undoubtedly read in the papers that the English government has offered me a territory of 60,000 to 90,000 square leagues. Now, what that is in hectares is 180 million to 270 million hectares. Now, 1 hectare is 2.47 acres. 1 hectare is 2.47 acres. So the English government granted Theodore Herzl and the Jews 180 million to 270 million hectares of land in Africa. And he described it as a rich, fertile country, excellent for our colonization. Note that South Africa's total land area is only 122 million hectares. Uganda's total land area is only 24 million hectares. Ethiopia's total land area is 111 million hectares. The Democratic Republic of the Congo falls into this category of 200 million hectares. And I said, the Jews, you guys came right along with the British and the Dutch. When they came, you came right with them through the door. And I said, so if a thief comes into my house and some other person comes in with them and says, no, I wasn't there, but you were there. And you settled in my house and set up shop and kicked me out, or you let me stay there, but now you're living in my house with me. And I'm like asking, well, how did you get here? Well, we came. Well, I know the British came and the French came and the Dutch came, but how are you here? Well, how did you get here? And I gave them this analogy, and I said, so how did the Jews get from Russia and Germany and Lithuania and Ukraine and Belarus? How'd y'all get to Zimbabwe, Rhodesia? Then how'd y'all get from Zimbabwe to South Africa? And how'd y'all get here? I was like, well, how'd y'all get here? And I said, well, you got here because you left Israel or you left Eastern Europe, but you came as a colonizer. Because if we're going to say the British colonized South Africa and the Dutch did, because we look at it as an active force, but you guys came right along with them, even though you didn't provide the force what people look at on in the history books. You guys came with them. And I said, you guys came between these years when the British and the Dutch were colonizing South Africa, and you came to Zimbabwe, aka South Rhodesia, and you set up your own Rhodesian Jewish Board of Deputies. And I said, isn't it something else how two European countries colonized South Africa, the Netherlands and Great Britain? You came and you colonized South Africa from 1652 all the way to 1961. And I said, and is it interesting how the British were advocating for giving the Jews land in Uganda, giving them land in Ethiopia, giving them land in Egypt, Palestine? I said, how is it that they're giving you this land or working with you to get the land, the Balfour Declaration? And now I said, when we look at the Dutch East Indian Company, among the first settlers in the colony that came with the Dutch were Jews. I said, y'all came with them. And I said, here in 1903, when the British were colonizing South Africa, the Ashkenazi Jews got on boats and said, okay, the British, they're bringing all the muscle, they're bringing all the troops, they're fighting the Dutch, they're taking over South Africa, and we're going to come now on our boats and just land there and just set up shop. I said to the Jews, I said, so while the British and the Dutch were colonizing South Africa, taking over their land, colonizing their land, you guys came too. And you did what? You also colonized South Africa because you're here. You left Europe and Israel and came to South Africa. I said, can South Africans right now, can they all leave and come to Israel and set up shop? No. And I broke all this down, and I'm not going to be too long. I think I'm getting close to the end of what I kind of gave. Oh,
real quick question for you: are you open to a short Q&A when you wrap it up?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, those of you who have questions, I'm going to prioritize those of you who give with questions. If you have a question, then go ahead and start putting it in the chat, and I will put a star on it. Again, I'm going to prioritize those who give with their question.
So I said in terms of those who are for us and against us, who are our enemies, our foes, our adversaries, who is our opponent? In the Hebrew, that's Satan. I said, what did colonialism bring? It brought slavery. And I said slavery took place in Africa of the so-called Negro, correct? And they didn't say anything. And I said the majority of people that were enslaved were Africans or Israelites from Central and West Africa, shipped to the New World. And I said the main European trading countries were Portugal, the United Kingdom, France, Spain, the Netherlands. And I said, and the Jewish people had slaves too. They said, oh, no. Oh, no. I said, yes. And I said, the Dutch first participated in slavery in the 1630s by transporting slaves to Brazil. And I said, following that, you see that the Spanish colonies, the Portuguese got involved, and they were taking slaves to the South America and other Portuguese and Spanish colonies like Sao Tome, Principe, Cape Verde, Mozambique, Equatorial Guinea, Hispaniola, the Spanish colony, eventually became Haiti and Dominican Republic. And you have Jamaica and Santo Domingo, and all these different terms that were Spanish, and then the British and the French came later. And I said these were all orchestrated by these nations, but the Jews were also involved too. And I said the Jews have wrote books on this stuff. I said Dutch Orthodox Rabbi Lodi van de Kamp wrote a book about the Dutch Jewish slave trade. And he talks about the Jewish savannah, which in Dutch is Jordan Savanne. And it was a community of 40 Jewish-owned plantations with at least 5,000 enslaved Negroes in Suriname, the former Dutch Guyana. And I said that Seymour Drescher, historian at the University of Pittsburgh, he stated that the Dutch Jews also had 15,000 enslaved people in the Caribbean island of Curaçao. And they said, well, you said you talked about in the movie the Jewish Newport World Center for Slave Commerce. And they said it doesn't exist. They were right, it doesn't exist. It's all conspiracy, it's all lies. And they were bringing up all this stuff. And I said, okay. I said, here we have here, you guys said that it does not exist. I said in the Jewish Rhode Island Newsletter magazine, in an article titled Jews and Slavery in Newport, Rhode Island, subject of the Torah Synagogue Foundation talk by Dr. Paul Finkelman, it states the history of Newport, Rhode Island, which was founded upon the principles of religious freedom, is also the history of those who did not find freedom there, meaning enslaved Africans. Many Newporters, including Jews, either owned slaves or participated in some aspect of the transatlantic slave system. And it was based on the slave trade and goods produced through the labor of enslaved Africans. And I said, so you guys say that this was all fake and false, but here I am showing you that Dr. Paul Finkelman, he's one of America's most respected legal scholars and has published extensively on the history of slavery and on Jews in America. This is what he said in his talk. And this is the link right here. I said, this is it right here. And they sat there, they didn't say not one word. And I gave them all these links and books of the Jewish individuals that own slaves in the slave trade. I gave them a plethora of books and the authors, and they looked at it, they didn't say anything. Then I gave them more. I said, you want more? Here's more. I said, Stanley Mervis, the Gabai Dynasty plantation Jewish owner in Jamaica. I read all the excerpts talking about the Jewish plantation slave dynasties, and the Gabais were one of the most extensive Jewish slave plantation families in Jamaica since the Brazilian exiles of 1654. Solomon Gabay, all these, bringing it all down, showing them all the articles and the docket number and chapters, the authors, showing them how the Jews own slave plantations, farms, livestock pens when they came to the island of Jamaica. And I was like, man, this is all here. And I said, in the Torah, it says you're not supposed to steal a man and sell him. It's in Exodus 21:16. This is in your Torah, the Tanakh. I said, how can you do this when you're supposed to follow the law of Moses? I said, and the penalty, according to the Torah, is death. And I said this to all of them listening in there. I said, according to the Torah, the Tanakh, I said, if you steal a man, a Negro man, and sell him, then the penalty is death, according to Moses and God. Hashem. They sat there, they didn't say not one word. I said, these books are on Amazon in America. The slave ship owners is historical fact. Here's the source. I said, what's the opposite of a friend? Again, it's an enemy, a foe, an opponent, an antagonist, an adversary, a opposer, a competitor, a rival. I said, this is what the word Satan means. So I said, again, guys, who has been the Black Negro's adversary, enemy, or opponent the last 5 centuries? Does a friend try to harm you, enslave you, or kill you, or take your land? No. I said, does a friend hang you on a tree because you're Black? No. Does a friend hang 9 to 11 Negroes in Kentucky on a tree simply because they're Black? What did they do wrong? I said, does a friend connect your head to a pole and chains and whisk you away from your land on a boat to another land?
Yeah. I
said, if we did the same thing to you guys, you would say the same thing. he would say, y'all not our friends, you're our enemies. But what the other nations have done to black people around the world is not being a friend, because a friend doesn't enchain and enslave black people in the Pacific Islands. The slave traders were you guys and the British and the French and the Germans and the Portuguese and the Spanish. I said, yes, it's a historical fact. And I said, so when we look at Nigeria and Cameroon and the Congo and other areas, I said, this is truth. It's all history. It's there. And people are stubborn, castrated slave, begging for forgiveness. Who says that? Why is he stubborn? He doesn't want to be a slave in the first place. Why is he stubborn? He don't want to be a slave. He won't be tied up, ankles and wrists, neck, wrists, and ankles. This is in Cameroon. But we see that the majority area that they colonized in sub-Saharan Africa, the common DNA haplogroup passed down from father to son is E1B1A, the DNA of the so-called Negro. And in the books of authors in the 1700s, they talk about the treatment of the Negro by the Jews. It says that. It says here, while the colony of Suriname, which is Dutch Guyana in South America, while the colony of Suriname, however, is reeking and dyed with the blood of the African Negroes, truth compels me to believe or to observe that the Dutch there are not the only guilty party, but that to most other nations, and particularly the Jews, is owing this almost constant and diabolical barbarity. That's written by John Stedman. This is the book right here, publication date 1796. And I say here in the same book, it says, my departure, I was informed of a most shocking instance of depravity which had just occurred. A Jewish, meaning a Jewish woman, impelled by a groundless jealousy, for such her husband made it appear, put an end to the life of a young and beautiful quadroon or maroon girl by the infernal means of plunging into her body a red hot poker. But what is most incredible, and what indeed will scarcely be believed in a civilized country, is that for this most diabolical crime, the murderers was only banished to the Jew Savannah, which was a village or plantation of Jews, a slave plantation of Jews, which I shall afterwards describe, in condemning in a trifling fine to the fiscal or town clerk of the colony. So in the town called Jew Savannah or Jewish Savannah, they have multiple plantations, Jewish plantations, and they had 9,000 slaves working on the plantation. And I said, here it says in the same book that another young Negro woman having her ankles chained so close together that she could scarcely move her feet was knocked down with a cane by a Jew and beaten till the blood streamed out of her head, her arms, and her naked sides. And I said, well, how? I said, if the Jews are the Negro's friend, then why are they beating this female slave until blood streamed out of her head, her arms, and her naked sides? I said, is that what a friend does? No, that's your enemy. And so I broke, and I'm not going to really get into this, but in terms of the economic power, oh boy, I said, here's the statistics. Here's the statistics. I said, according to the Forbes 2022 list of Jewish billionaires, in 2022, there were 267 billionaires, Jewish. And all of the 267 Jewish billionaires had a combined net worth of 1.7 trillion US dollars. But according to Forbes, in 2022, there was a total of 2,668 billionaires in the world. And out of those 2,668 billionaires in the world, 267 of them were Jewish. And based on the simple math, 10% of all the billionaires in the world in 2022 were Jewish, when the Jews only make up 0.2% of the population of the world. That is an amazing statistic. And out of the 50 richest people in the world, a quarter of them are Jewish. And of the top 10 richest Jewish people in the world, 8 are from the US, 2 are from Russia. And I said, having economic power means you are able to set up shop in many different aspects of wholesale trade, retail trade, automotive trade, you name it. You can do it when you have wealth and economic power. And lastly, when they talked about the Adolf Hitler quote about the Negroes being the real Jews, I said, the interview of Adolf Hitler, you cannot rule out that it wasn't said or was said. Just as nobody can rule out that Hitler's death was by suicide, and when and where are his remains are today. And I said, you can't simply dismiss statements and quotes in interviews as a forgery, as false, that it didn't happen, because you're not God. And I said, you're not time travelers and you can't explain everything. And I said, throughout the documentary does not paint the Jews as a diabolical evil people. I said it states the facts, and the facts is what it is. And so at the end of the day, I basically broke down and countered a lot of their arguments. And I said that Bantu people have been told that we're not connected to the Israelites. In church, we're not told that we're the Israelites. We're told that we're Hamites. And I said, but Bantu people are the largest ethnic group in sub-Saharan Africa. A Bantu man from the Zulu tribe, can't go to China and live there 1,000 years and then say he's a Han Chinese man. Even if he learns to speak Mandarin and Cantonese, and he follows all the traditions and customs, even dresses like the Chinese and follows Buddhism, he can't become a Han Chinese man. Even if the whole world believes that he's a Han Chinese man, he is still not a Han Chinese man. He's a Bantu man from a Zulu paternal forefather. But this is what we've been believing for hundreds of thousands of years. And I said the imagery of what we're taught by our conquerors, our colonizers, our foe, our enemy, and our opponent and our adversary is not that we are the Israelites, it's that we are not the Israelites. Because clearly, when you look at the imagery of Jesus in churches and on TV and movies, he's white, the same complexion, the same race as the Jews today. And I said in the movies that are in Hollywood that are seen in America and Africa, the Egyptians and the Jews, Moses, are depicted as white, and the Africans are depicted as the beggars, the slaves, the guards. I said, so even Noah had 3 sons, and he populated the whole earth with his 3 sons, but his 3 sons don't show a black man, an Indian man, or an Asian man. They're all white, and their wives are white. And so we look at the Passion of the Christ, and we see many Christians in South Africa are Christian, and many Christians in South Africa we're Christian because of colonization, but the imagery we get in terms of Christianity and our Savior Christ, and he's a Jew from the tribe of Judah, we see that the imagery doesn't teach us who we really are. And I said, we're being taught another identity, and the person that has our identity is you guys. And I said, so either we're lying or you're lying. And this is the movie that teaches the truth about who's telling the truth and who has been, who we've been taught that we are not when we really are. And so therefore we have to challenge what you're telling us and what we've been taught to believe for thousands of years. And this movie challenges this. And this is the whole reason why you're upset. And you want the movie banned, and that's basically it. What I said at the end of the day.
Wow. Okay, first off, before we even get into any other part of our discussion, listen, y'all show Ron some love in the chat. Give him some hand claps. Give him some fire emojis. This was like so amazing. Ron, thank you so much. I think you took all of us to school. I mean, you know, I learned so many things. Every time you come on, I just learned so many things. But man, this was fire on so many different levels. So thank you so much. I just thank all of you for just coming out and supporting the way you have. We are going to have a short Q&A. Y'all sent a lot of questions. We're going to have a short Q&A real quick. Y'all hear my baby. I know y'all heard Ron's earlier. That's my baby going off this time. But I want to really quickly just give a shout out and a thank you to those of you who have given tonight. We've been on for about 4 hours, and I appreciate those of you who give to support this platform, because y'all know this is work, okay? And you're going to have opportunities not to just get to this platform, but to give to Brother Ron and the work that he's doing, as well as Brother Lorvins as well. Y'all want us to continue to be able to labor among you and understand that we need the support as well. So I want to give a shout out to Warrior Princess of Yah. Thank you so much for your gift. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, Sister Talisha, for your gift as well. I appreciate you very, very much, my sister. Light of Dawn, thank you so much for your gift. Thank you for listening and for tuning in today. Carlide, thank you so much for your gift as well. I appreciate you so much. God Yahweh's Kid, thank you also for your gift. I appreciate you. Don, all is vanity. We are living in the matrix. Thank you so much for your gift. And I agree, we are living in the matrix. Jay Smooth, thank you so much for your gift as well. I greatly appreciate you for your gift. And Brother Eric, Israel for Israel, as always. I appreciate you for your gift as well. Thank you so much. And 78 Vet, thank you so much for your gift and also for your kind words. I appreciate you very much. I'm going to give I got one more. Gwen, Sister Gwen said, this is great and so informative. Thank you all. Thank you so much for your gift as well. I'm going to answer Brother Eric, or ask Brother Eric's question really quickly. He says,
before we go into the question, can we, before, people leaving all that, display that thing Ron sent in the email, and then we'll go into the questions. And I think it's, in a sense, we probably should have another thing on a live where we bring the people on, because in a sense, I kind of want to hear their point of view, what needs to be done from an economical standpoint.
I love that. I love that. Ron, are you open to that? We can open up the lines. Now, listen, we can't get cray-cray now, okay? All right, cray-cray, but we can open up the lines and give people an opportunity to directly ask you their questions the next time that you come on. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but speak to what is needed, man, to bridge the gap between the world, basically, because the scriptures that were scattered throughout 4 corners. And I really believe that there is the idea of the 2 sticks coming together. It's just not a spiritual thing. I think there's economic involved with that. There's fundamentals. You see what I'm saying? Spiritually, physically, mentally. And I think we need to bridge that, because as I work here in America over and over, and I see my wife working and many different people I talk to, this is not sustainable. I don't think it was meant to be this way. And I believe as Israelite, we all should have our own, right? Individually, but also collectively. You see what I'm saying? And if you have a community, and I know here in America, a lot of times they have communities and you got one person owning everything. It shouldn't be that way. But if we are able to have places like, for instance, in Africa, where we have a community, everybody have their own, but we need to help one another get to that point, because not everybody is able to pay their way there. Not everybody is able to do the same thing, because there are some lacking. But if we join forces together, we can help one another. But at the end of the day, y'all, we're going to have to trust one another, though. We're going to have to trust one another. There are people like me or Ron. I'm not saying for y'all to put all your trust in me, but I believe I left a trail of some good deeds that we've done to where, you know what, we can do this. We can do this together. But when I say, you don't put it all in the hands of one person. You do it as a community. You have a select group of leaders who are accounting for one another so that they can make this thing happen. I believe we can. I really believe we can, but we need y'all buy-in, though. We need to operate in faith. And I know a lot of people say, well, yeah, who is going to do this? Who is going to do that? But guess what? He does it through us. He's going to do things to us. We are his battle axe. We're going to keep saying the same thing over and over. But the only thing that we've not done is come together and make it happen. Physically, financially, all of that. That's the one difference we've not made. But yeah, we can go into the questions. I'm sorry, go into the thing, and Ron can speak to it.
You said, Ron, you wanted Ron to show something on the screen?
Right. It's the it's the let me see. It's the indie.
Oh yeah, the Indiegogo.
The Indiegogo. It's not GoFundMe, but it's a different platform because GoFundMe, they can, they ain't really doing it for us.
Right. We're going to definitely show that, and I think that's a great thing to show before we even get started. Just go ahead. We got a couple more people who have supported the platform. We'll let those people be recognized really quickly. Then we'll show that. Thank you so much, Sister Tracy Benson, for your support. Obadiah, thank you for yours as well. Harbinger 2022, thank you so much for your support. Sonobia, thank you very much for your support. Brew Queen in the house. Much love always, my sister. I appreciate you very much. Got Ya, Alaka Ya. Thank you so much joining us from the UK, I believe. Thank you so much for your contribution. Queen now, thank you so much for yours as well. And Judah, Maximumil, thank you so much for yours as well. Now listen, what Brother Lorvins just spoke of, I'm going to share that this is so important. This is what Brother Ron has been sharing over and over again on this platform. And Brother Ron, I'm going to give you a chance to break this down so that people can understand what you're doing.
No, hold on. I'll tell you in a second. So this is the Indiegogo donation platform that I created since they banned me from GoFundMe. And GoFundMe, they banned all my campaigns back in 2022 when the Kyrie Irving thing went down. So Indiegogo, and you can go there and you can search the campaign name, H2N, Diasporan, Absorption, and Community Centers. Talk about a lot of this on H2N TV under the category Coming to Diaspora. And this is basically so that we actually have a group of African Americans and also Caribbean Blacks that are putting our monies together to buy land. Initially, we're buying land in South Africa, and the purpose of buying land in South Africa is to start our own community. When you buy a community, when you start a community, what you call it, an estate or community, you have to have the land. And the land, on the land, you need to develop it. You need to put roads down. You need to have common areas where people can congregate. They can play outside, like the kids can play in the playground. They can barbecue. You can have events, clubhouse, gym, a pool, model homes, different parking lots, different things of that nature. In addition to also, of course, on the land, we're going to have units or single family dwellings, even apartment blocks that people can stay in, similar to what the Ethiopian Jews had when they settled into Israel and they needed to, have somewhere to stay. They stayed in what they called Ethiopian absorption centers. Some of them look like mobile homes. Some of them look like apartment blocks. So this is what the mission is in South Africa, where I'm based and located. And the scamming is not as rampant as it is in Ghana and other countries like Tanzania. There's a lot less scamming in South Africa because there's a lot more, you might say, infrastructure or just laws in place that minimizes the amount of scamming. Here in South Africa, they don't really do indentures. They have title deeds, and title deeds are upheld by the deeds office in the government. So once you have your own title deed, you own the land. And we see the use of indentures in customary land, especially in West Africa, and maybe in East Africa and Central Africa. There are some countries like Tanzania, where a non-citizen can't own land. In Tanzania, a non-citizen, an African American, cannot own land in Tanzania. Maybe in Zanzibar you can because it's a different setup, but in Tanzania, in certain other countries, as a non-citizen, you cannot own land. So therefore, this is where they have the indentured system, and this is where all the land scams and the land disputes come into play, sort of curtailing and thwarting any types of community being built in these areas, because people, when you get your land scam, you obviously ain't building no community because people are getting scammed. But in this case, what I'm doing is heading and leading this project in South Africa, and it's a lot easier when more of us come together and contribute as a nation should to these projects, because like I said, 1 million Black people that put up $1,000, that's $1 billion. That's $1 billion. And so if we have 100 to 300 people that say donate $100, $200, whatever that they can afford, this can help build things that we need for our people that may in the future be coming to Africa. Now, it's a lot of African Americans that are trying to leave America now, but when things start getting really bad in America, the other nations they have their second passport ready to go. These other nations, they're not looking to stay in America forever. They're already getting passports in Africa and other countries. So they're seeing the danger that's coming to America, and they're preparing now. We just don't believe that these other nations are leaving Europe and America and China and Russia and Israel, and they're coming to Africa, but they are, because I see them here all the time. Even the Arabs. And even Pakistanis and Afghanistanis, they're coming to Africa because they say their life, their standard of living, just living period is hard in their country, and when they come to Africa, the sky's the limit for them. And so we need to also look at this as well and pay attention to what the Gentiles was doing, and know that this is our land in Africa, and this is a Black continent. You are the majority here. You're not the minority, and therefore there's a lot of opportunities that we can get into without the violent racism and discrimination and things that we see in America. So anybody can contribute to this campaign. Even if you're in America and you're not planning on coming to Africa anytime soon, if you support me and what I'm doing in Africa, trying to wake up people here and get us on the same page in terms of unity and group economics. And this is the campaign that you want to donate to, and it's going to be put to good use. And nobody's going to run away with your money and get a Range Rover and a big house like people used to say back in the day. Oh, Ryan's going to do this. And we're donating for Ryan and his movie Hebrews to Negroes 1, and he's probably going to get this money, and he's going to get a Range Rover, and he's going to buy a house. This is what they said.
Ron, they've been saying that for how many years now? You still don't have a Range Rover?
No,
after all this, but that's what I'm saying. People don't look at the track record. If you look at other Hebrew leaders or other Christian leaders and stuff, look at the track record. That's what you got to look at. You got to look at. I'm not saying that having nice things is not nice or whatever this and that. I'm not saying that. But if you look at the track record, you will see that. Look, man, and I believe Ron, speak to the idea that because you want to do community center. And it's not just Ron over this, y'all. It's a group and board of people. All right.
Before you do, Ron, I just want everybody
as well that links the community centers.
Yeah, before you do, Ron, I just want to let everybody know that I have pinned it in the chat, the web address, okay, to Indiegogo. So please go over there. Even as Ron is speaking, go over there and support. Let's get these numbers up.
Yeah. No. What'd you say, Lawrence?
In regards, in the email, you stated having a community center, not only just in Africa, but one here that'd be able to work back and forth to be able to help.
Oh yeah. I thought about that too. I mean, obviously, only person I'm going to trust in America right now to do that is you. So it'll have to be, lawyers would be on board with the American piece. Yeah, because I mean, other than people I know in Michigan, yeah, we can do one in America. But in America, we're gonna pay high top dollar for these things. And but in Africa, our dollar goes a long way, and we can get a lot more land in Africa than we can in America. And right now, people are struggling to survive in America with the price of things and inflation. And one of the things we need to ultimately get done is get some investments and things off the ground in Africa. We don't want to put all our eggs in one basket in America and then say, okay, we've done this in America, now let's go to Africa. We need to start doing stuff in Africa now, because if we don't, gentrification and Gentiles and the turn of events in terms of the dollar's dominance is going to make it to where our dollars has no power in Africa, and we're coming over here and your dollar's not worth anything. So we need to act fast, because the BRICS are acting fast and things are happening on the world stage. We don't want to look at a time when the dollar bill is not worth anything, and we didn't try to do any investing in Africa while the other Gentile nations have.
All right, everybody. So go on over to H2N Diasporan Absorption Center Project. That is at Indiegogo. Please make sure that you click on there and that you give your support. It is very important. If we say that we are the children of Israel, then we know that time and time again, the Most High called us people to unify, come together, and to build. So please do so.
One more thing, and I saw a comment earlier. I don't know in what context it was made. Look, I'm not Yah. Ron is not Yah. We're not Yahusha. Ron is not Yahusha. I'm not Moses, and Ron is not Moses. Look, people, we just love our people, okay? And we love the Most High. And when he's given us a mandate to do well, that's what we're going to do. We're not here to be saviors or anything like that. That's not our job. We're not trying to. We're just being obedient to what the Most High has called us to be. Now, if you agree, you agree. If you don't, that's fine. And this is not fear mongering. This is none of that. Okay, this is being obedient to what the Most High has called us to be, which is what? To take care of the sheep. That's it. You see what I'm saying? And I know some people will be salty about it. Some people always talk about, oh, we don't need money. We don't need this. We don't need none of that. Do you know that's a pattern? Anytime it's time to act, that's when we have excuses. We love the knowledge. We love what the most, what Ron has been giving out. We love to teach. Oh, that's deep. Oh, you kick some Jewish butt. Oh, you kick some Islamic butt. Oh, you did that. We love that. It's almost like we've been programmed to love the entertainment of it. But when it comes to act and be real, then we cower. And the Most High don't like cowards. All the other nations, they talk about this stuff just like we are. The only difference between us and the other nations, they act. We don't. And even though they may have scams and stuff that goes on, but at some point, they find people they can rally around and they trust them and they make things happen. But guess what? They do their due diligence to look at that track record. The Most High has given us the same knowledge that he's given the other nation, but we're the only ones. We're the only ones who don't follow suit through our action. That is the only difference. So, yeah, I'm not here to hurt anybody, you know what I'm saying, in terms of when it comes to finances. And I know you probably hear that all the time. And Ron is not either. And look, if we wanted to be driving fancy cars and all that, and bro, we could have been doing that, okay? But that I don't even own a home in my name per se. You see what I'm saying? So, but I'm doing what the Most High has asked me to do. And the Most High is always taking care of me. And I'm sure he'll be able to take care of you guys also. So I just kind of wanted to say that. Look, don't worship us. And we ain't trying to worship no man either. But we do what the Most High asks us to do. And we got to be obedient to that. And that's up to you to do the same thing. Yeah.
That's real talk, Brother Lorvins. Real talk right there. I'm talking about it. I was just saying to the Most High the other day, you know, we're definitely not rich by any stretch of the imagination in this system, but it doesn't matter because if I have to live in a shoebox, I'm still going to do what it is that you called me to do.
Absolutely.
And that's how we feel. But you know, at the end of the day, Yah does not want his people, especially his laborers. He does not want us to not be able to be supported to do the work. So thank you for those of you continue to support us. Those of you who will reach out and get to this initiative, because it is a huge undertaking. Y'all see this man? He had 200 slides, man. Come on. Okay, it's a huge undertaking to do what he got to do. So thank you for those of you who are supporting, who will continue to support. TT's Cabinet, thank you so much. Total Rabba Abba Yahuwah for this knowledge. Awesome work, Ron. That's right. Thanks, sis. Sister Linda, thank you so much for your gifts. Sister Eva, thank you so much for your gifts. Sister Regina, thank you for your gift. I appreciate you. Sister Tanya, this is very good and much needed teaching. That's right. Certainly was. I'm telling y'all, yes, it was. And I'm glad that y'all are here to hear it. Hey, Nelson, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Lajaya7, thank you so much for your gift as well. And Lioness, learned a lot. Keep it up. So glad to hear that. All right, now what y'all been waiting for is time for the Q&A. We're going to ask a couple of questions. All right, we're going to start with my brother Eric Tinsley. He says, Ron, how long did the meeting go on, and did they allow you as much time you needed for your presentation? That's a good question.
Yeah, because they took over 2 hours, and then we had a bathroom break, and then I said if they got 2.5 hours, then I get 2.5 hours. And so after they did their thing, then I did my thing, and it was about 2.5 hours. So they had to sit there and listen to what I had to say, because they gave the Jews 2.5 hours of uninterrupted talking.
So they got 2 hours, so they gave you 2 hours. Wow, that is absolutely incredible. Okay, well, let's see our next question, because we have some questions in particular about the African diaspora land acquisition that we want to get to as well. So we got Zach, who says, is it possible to provide information about the African diaspora land acquisition and development group, and how Black people can be a part of it?
Yeah, they can just email me at Hebrew to Negroes, HebrewsToNegroes at yahoo.com. And Ashanda can put it up on the screen or in the description. So just email me the correct email, and then I can get back with you on how to join the group.
And a question along those lines. I know that this has been addressed before, but how do we participate in the group economics? What are the procedures? Thank you.
Well, the thing is, to buy land, we're not buying land as an individual. We're buying land as a company, and the company in South Africa. A lot of what the Jews do in the other nations is that they form either a public or private holding company, a public or private holding company. And the holding company is the holding company for other businesses that are underneath that holding company. So, for example, Walmart bought Massmart Holdings. Massmart Holdings owns Macro. Macro is basically like the Walmart of South Africa. It has the same, I think, 6 dots. It's like a triangle, but it's not connected dots. And they own grocery stores, retail shops, all under Massmart Holdings. And Massmart Holdings is bought by Walmart. So Walmart has its tentacles and extension in South Africa. And so Walmart, just like Woolworths and Pick and Pay and Checkers and Nike and Kroger's, all these companies have their own shareholders or their investors. And these shareholders and investors can be Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock, Bank of America, Fidelity, whatever, and Wells Fargo. And these shareholders is what is funding the capital for these mega corporations in retail. So, since we're not Oprah Winfrey and Tyler Perry, then we just have to do things on a smaller scale. But we can do that if we put in our own money. That adds up to a lot, and we start small and grow big. So we can do the same model in any country in Africa, because in any country in Africa, you can start a business. You can start a business either you can incorporate the business on your own, or you can team up with a local collective, as a team, and you can open up a business, and your business can be targeted to any of the business sectors in that country that's bringing in money, like GDP. So with this group, people can have $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. All the more people we have on board with building this nation with group economics means that we can start these businesses, and they can bring in money, can bring in returns, and that these returns and profits can equate to dividends for people that are the shareholders of these businesses. So this is how the Gentiles make money. They're making money with their profits, and then the shareholders are getting their dividends, and they're making money on $1 million scale. Millions of dollars are being made yearly from these companies, and the people that work in these companies in South Africa are getting chump change. They're the labor force of these companies in the top management positions, and those making all the money, including the shareholders. It's because they work together. So the Chinese, they're doing this. Yeah, they're doing this in a lot of different aspects of business in South Africa, and the Jews are doing it. The Jews have already mastered it because they are really some of the richest people or ethnic groups in South Africa. Even though minority wise, they're smaller than the British and the Dutch, the Afrikaans, and they're smaller than the East Indians. But the Jews have expertise at working together in unification in group economics. So that's why they're able to rise above all the other nations in any country that they go to, because they understand that I need to be a banker, I need to be a lawyer, I need to control the grocery store and food supermarket business, I need to control retail, I need to control the gas station, I need to control communications, I need to control furniture stores, I need to control the pharmacies and your Rite Aids, your CVS's, your other one, I forgot, Walgreens. They need to control that. They need to control certain aspects that they know that people need on a daily basis, that you can't run from it. So these are printing like FedEx Office, Kinko's copies, all these things. They understand that people are going to need these services on a daily basis, and they attack these certain sectors: hotel, casinos, entertainment, movie theaters. The Jews understand that they have to control that. Advertising, marketing, billboards, whether it's digital or static, they understand that the Jews understand in South Africa we have to control that. The bookstores, the Jews understand we have to control that. And if you come to South Africa and you start asking questions in every business you go into, you say, who owns this establishment? Who founded it? You'll find out that a lot of cases it's the Jews. The Jews, they own all this stuff. So no matter, you can leave your house to go to the movie theater, to go to the grocery store, to go to the casino, to print out some copies, to scan some copies, to go to get some medication at the pharmacy, to get some diapers and Pampers, to get whatever it is. The majority of the day that you're going to use it from businesses, even if you say like you go to like a Home Depot or a Lowe's to pick up, some screws and some nails and some plumbing and some things of that nature, who owns it? They're gonna say the Jews own it. The Jews own it. Like what? Like I just spent my whole day patronizing the Jews because they own these holding companies that control these businesses. And we need to do the same thing, but we have to come together. And the start of this in South Africa, where I'm at, is what I'm trying to do with this group. And we can do it. It's just that we have to have the mindset of not being stingy, not being it's me, individualized. No, we have to move and act as a nation. So either you're gonna jump on board with the group and what I'm spearheading, or you're gonna just wait and do it yourself if you want to do it yourself, or you're gonna see if my Israelite my favorite Israelite on YouTube is going to do it, because most likely your favorite Israelite on YouTube is not in Africa. They're in America, and they're not trying to go to Africa. They ain't speaking about Africa. They don't think the land of Canaan is in sub-Saharan Africa. They think the land of Canaan is in the desert. So it's a lot of miseducation and teaching going on that's keeping our people from not even wanting to visit or relocate to Africa, because we're being taught that no, we need to get to Egypt, we need to get to Jordan, we need to get to Israel. So Ron Dalton, no thank you, Ron Dalton. I don't want to join your group because I don't want to have nothing to do with Africa, because it's the land of Ham, and these are all Hamites, and we're not supposed to go there. This is not the Holy Land. So there's a lot of things that's holding our people back, and I understand that, because we have a lot of Israelite channels, a lot of Israelite leaders that's teaching wrong, but nobody's challenging them, and they're obviously not going to challenge me, because if they challenge me on their platform, then I'm gonna give them a whole wind of truth. And their followers that's looking at their every last video, they're gonna say, "Wow, man, you decided to debate Ron Dalton on your platform where thousands of people can see it, and Ron Dalton's giving all this truth that you can't deny, you can't debunk." And this is the whole reason why most people that always talk about me, they don't never debate me. You're not going to debate me, because then that means I got to come on your channel and debate you on your channel in front of your followers. And what's that going to look like? So we have to understand that nobody's going to address and confront the truth, because they want to continue to promote their teachings, which is, a lot of it can be lies and miseducation. But this is the same tactics that we see by the other nations. The Christian pastors, the major Christian pastors, are not going to say, I challenge Ron Dalton to a debate. They're not going to do that, because they haven't done that. And the Jews today, they're not going to say, well, Ron Dalton keeps challenging us to a debate. And I told them in the meeting, when we had the meeting, I said, I challenge any Jewish rabbi or Jewish scholar on planet Earth that you can find to debate me, to prove me wrong. What I'm saying is all wrong. And they sat there, they listened to me. I said to all five of them, I said, I challenge any one of you. You can find anybody you want on planet Earth, bring them to me, let's debate live, publicly. And they sat there and they didn't say anything. And my email stays empty, and none of these big top YouTube channels that people love to watch, they're not gonna say, I'm tired of Ron Dalton. Ron Dalton is this land of Canaan, wilderness stuff, desolate. Nah, he's wrong. Let's just debate this man and shut him up. They're not going to do that, So, when I see people looking at videos and the people in the videos are prophesying, and they're saying that the true land of Israel is here, and that the Most High is going to drive people out of this land, and I'm like, well, where are they going to go? If the Most High is going to drive everybody out of the Levant, or where they say modern Israel, if the Most High is going to drive them all out, where are they going to go? To Europe? To Africa, to America, to Asia, to China, to India, Pakistan? Where are they going to go? Are they going to go to Africa? And who's going to go in that area that was formerly occupied? Is it us, Black people? So there's a lot of questions we have to start asking ourselves. And we're not asking these questions. And so I think this is the reason why when me and Laura was talking about a lot of these projects and efforts in America, or on Zoom, or on these lives, that we get lackluster results. And we say this all the time. Even when we do conferences, me and Laura will say, we can do conferences, but you guys can't complain about the price of the conference when you want top-notch artists singing, you want top-notch teaching, you want good food, you want good sound, you want good this, and then we're supposed to do it for $25 a ticket, and the venue costs $12,000. This is the whole reason why we sabotage our own self, because you can't do all this stuff and then on top of it say, are you gonna stream it on YouTube for free? No. Why we do that? You won't come then. You won't come to a conference if me and Bob will say, don't worry guys, we're gonna stream it on YouTube for free. You won't even come. And we're spending all this money, thousands of dollars, for an event, hoping that somebody shows up. If they don't show up, this is because everybody's on YouTube waiting for us to stream it. So we have to get out of this thinking that we need to support, we need to act like a nation, and we need to come together in terms of group economics.
I mean, that's why they don't respect us. I mean, I'm not saying we're not looking for validation from any nation, but at the end of the day, they don't respect you because we don't operate like a unit. We don't operate like the person or the being that created everything is our Father. Like literally, we don't even operate like that. We operate like we're scared, like we fear progress. It's weird. It's this thing, this whole that. It is the Most High that did it to us. Obviously, we did it to ourselves technically, and He used other nation to punish us in such a way to the point where we've lost ourselves, and we are mad and insane. And the very same people that need money to live will turn around and say we don't need money. How ludicrous is that? The very same people where they'll say Yah gave me a job for me to live, but Yah don't need money. What? I'm confused. You know what I'm saying? So it's just weird how when it comes to financials and when it comes to tangible things, us Israelites make so much excuses, and it stifles our progress. We can never move ahead. It is the weirdest behavior I've ever seen. But I understand because I was there too. But we need to get out of that. Our minds need to change. We need to put on the mind of Yahusha. You see what I'm saying? I mean, he even recognized he was supported. His whole mission was supported through finance. People think he did it like he could, or he just fell from the sky. No, there were physical people. You read with Johanna, they finance his movement. It's the same thing. So it's no different. And we ain't begging or nothing like that because most are going to make it happen. But we are looking for true believers. And that's why Yahusha said, Peter was like, Yahusha said to Peter, hey, you gonna leave too? He said, like, why? I mean, you got the truth. You telling her, why would I go back? You see what I'm saying? So if you believe we're telling the truth, then join. You know what I'm saying? And if you believe, you believe. If you don't, we understand that as well. Not everyone's gonna be able to hear.
You gotta have skin in the game. You gotta have skin in the game. Go ahead, Brother Ron.
Guys, we need to think about this. If we had the money, because one day there's going to be a homeless crisis in America. There's going to be people that can't afford to stay in their homes, in their apartments. One day this is coming to America. People are not going to be able to pay the rent, pay the mortgage. And when these people are sleeping in their cars, or their cars got repoed, so now they're homeless, where are they going to go if the homeless shelters are already packed early? Where are they going to go? And so we have to look at these things that if we start to put these things together now, then if we start to put these things together now, then we can actually get ahead of the game. Because at some point, in order to provide shelter for our people, you're going to need to either buy a structure that can be converted to like a semi-homeless shelter where you got walls, you got a roof over your head, it got heat, it has electricity, and you can section out like a building into like a mass area that you got cots, you got curtains, you got bathroom facilities for people that need to get out of the cold, they need to get out of the sky, out of the sun, out of the elements. And it may not be like a nice Airbnb, but one day these times are coming to America where there's going to be an epidemic of people that cannot afford to pay for an Airbnb room for rent or room for purchase. Because there are Airbnbs that even in Africa, there's Airbnbs that you can just buy a room for the night. You can just buy a room in a house, or you can just buy a bed in a house. It'll say the price, and you don't get the whole house to yourself. You get a bed, or you get a room, and this is in America too. So these days are coming where people aren't going to be able to afford even to stay in their house, a whole house or a whole apartment. They're going to have to share, because they don't have the money. And when the dollar collapses, oh man, when the dollar starts to collapse, either you're going to stay and deal with it, or you're going to get out, and you're going to see the danger coming, and you're going to say, man, I'm out of here. And either you're going to flee to South America, or like a lot of people from South America are fleeing to America, and they're getting all this aid. They get all this aid, and black people ain't getting nothing. They're getting all this aid to live in America, and we ain't getting nothing. So when times get tough for us, where do we have to run to? Are we going to run the reverse way to South America? Are we going to run to Canada? Or are we going to see the danger ahead and say, Ron and Lord, they have a ton of Israelite absorption communities or community centers in Botswana, in South Africa, in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Zambia, in DRC, RC, Angola, and we can just get a plane ticket and land there. And once you're on the continent with an American passport, you can move. You can move from country to country. You know, you're not restricted to where you can go. And there's 54 countries in Africa. And sub-Saharan Africa, you know, you can bounce around. You can cross the border by car or by plane. And all we got to do is have these areas set up to welcome and intake our people. Because at the end of the day, feeding yourself and housing yourself or providing a roof over your head and shelter, including water, is easier in Africa. Who do you know in America that has their own borehole? I don't know any. My mother has a well, but the well is not used, you know, the way that it should be used. But even then, you know, boreholes and things of that nature can run very well in Africa because the sunlight is constantly shining 12 hours of the day. So you can run a borehole on a solar pump. But try doing that in Michigan, where it's not sunny all the time. You know, when it's not a lot of sunlight, it's a lot of clouds. Like your solar panel borehole pump may not be operating because you ain't getting enough sun to power that pump. And so we got to take into factor food, water, and shelter. Food, water, and shelter. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have the money to buy food in America, then you're not eating. You're not eating. I mean, unless you go to the church or you go to the food drive or you go to you know, somewhere, a soup kitchen, you're not eating without money in America because we don't have farms. And in America, if you don't pay property taxes, if you don't have money for rent or mortgages, then you don't got a place to stay. They're gonna come evict you out of there. So there's a lot of things that's against us in America, and we have to start having a plan.
Lorvin, did Ron freeze up?
Yeah, it looked like he froze up on my end. I think he's trying to come back.
Okay, there he is.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's it. I don't want to keep going. We've been on here long enough, but that's it.
Yeah, actually, we are almost at the 5-hour mark, and we're probably going to make it real quick because I just wanted to share that I've been refreshing my screen, and I just wanted to do that because I wanted to show the support of our brothers and sisters. I want to thank y'all so much for those of you who have contributed already to the H2N Diasporan Absorption and Community Centers. There's already 24 backers. Y'all should be very, very proud of yourself. Thank you so much for your contribution. And those of you who will hear this in the back end, there will definitely be an opportunity for you to give as well. I want to also state that I'm going to be breaking this conversation, this discussion up for some upcoming lives for those of you who can't fit through the 5 hours, but some of the meaty things that Brother Ron shared, I'm going to break that up. And Brother Ron, a quick question for you is, will you have this slideshow presentation available for those who just want to hear it all the way through, not necessarily on this live, but all the way through, so that they can financially back you and support you, but having that slideshow presentation as well?
Yeah, I got the recording already because I got the whole recording of the whole interview. Well, not the interview, but the presentation I did on June the 25th. I had that on my computer. If you want access to it, then just email me. A lot of the stuff that I mentioned today and shown today on the slideshow, this is the same kind of content and deeper that I have on h2ntv.com. So if you looked at this presentation and said, man, this is deep, this is a lot of information, if you go to h2ntv.com, and I'm sure people that are on h2ntv.com that have seen a lot of my content on Hebrews to Negroes Media and Coming to Diaspora category, even if they've seen the third movie, they're going to say, yeah, Ron is telling the truth. Ron has a lot of content. It's mind-blowing way deeper than this that'll make your eyeballs pop up. It's on h2ntv.com. It's the main reason why I think they banned me from YouTube, because at that time in 2022 on YouTube, I was mainly always talking about H2NTV, my Zoom webinar coming up, conferences, the movies. I wasn't really teaching a lot on YouTube. If you pay attention to my YouTube back in 2022, I wasn't teaching for 3 hours on YouTube. I was keeping it mostly advertising and marketing. And when Kyrie did what he did, people started flooding my YouTube channel. They saw that, like, man, every video this guy has, he's showcasing his movie trailers. He's showing his Hebrews to Negroes TV promotional videos, telling people to subscribe. They understood very well that what Ron Dalton is doing is getting them away from YouTube into his own platform, into his own movies on the negronetwork.com and Amazon. So they understood this. And that's the reason why when they see 400,000 views, 500,000 views after the cover, they say, oh no, we can't let all these people start coming to his YouTube channel, and then he's funneling them to H2NTV and Amazon. No, we gotta stop that. And they banned me immediately, because I'm not talking about Esau's the white man, and white man is the devil, and kiss my boo, and they're going to hell, and all this other stuff that you see Israelites today saying all day long, every day. They're saying the same thing that you were like, man, this is hate speech all day long. It seems like it, but me, I wasn't saying none of that stuff. But as you see, your favorite Israelite YouTuber that teaches a lot of teachings, they're still on YouTube freely monetizing, advertisements, ads, a lot of views, no violations, no takedowns, no banning. And here I am, banned since 2022. and
have you here. We're glad to have you here, because we know that it's not fair what they did. We're grateful. I think me and Lorvins, we're kind of like, we stick our neck out there every time, but we're grateful.
We get beat up too.
Right. But seriously, because we understand that it's a censorship. It's not fair. But this is a part of working together. This is a part of coming together and community. When we see one of our brethren who are down, we see one of our brethren who are being persecuted, we got to raise each other up. This is a part of it. So we out here sticking our necks out, but at the end of the day, we know.
And that's despised the differences. And that's even for the difference. Me and Ron don't agree on everything. You would think me and Ron like, oh man, he probably agree with everything Ron said. No, I don't. Ron will tell you, I give him the business. You see what I'm saying? But you need brothers like that. You see what I'm saying? When it's Ron time to increase, he will increase. And by golly, that's pretty much most of the times. But there are times where Ron does decrease. It takes a unified front to be able to fight. You see what I'm saying? And if you know, we don't fight other Israelites. We got time for that. There's bigger fish to fry. We know who the adversary. I know some of my brothers and sisters, maybe they don't like certain things about me, but that's okay. You still my brother. You still my sister. I'm not going to fight you, especially with the women. You got women coming against me now. It's weird. But I'm not going to fight the women. Like, what do I look like fighting another sister, irregardless of what her views about me is? You know what I'm saying? That, to me, my father taught me way better than that. Disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm much bigger than that. Even another brother coming against me, like, that's okay. That happens. We have fight in the family, right? But I know my eyes is on the enemy, and I know who the real enemy is. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Yeah.
All right. So we've been on here for 5 hours, 1 minute, and then it'll be 5 hours. That is awesome. So thank you so much, everybody who just showed up and came out tonight. I want to give a special thanks to Theola Sears, who gave on CashApp, as well as a couple of more of you all who have given tonight. Lioness, I believe I said thank you. Hebrew, thank you so much for your gift. Psalm 83, thank you for your gift, as well as Diane Gardner, thank you so much as well. And Eli, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that about me staying on the course. All praises to the Most High for that. And y'all continue to support the work. Please do so. I'll put this information in my description box so that you all can support the H2 and Diaspora Absorption and Community Centers. And you all can find out, of course, more about everything that Brother Ron Dalton is doing at h2ntv.com. Definitely support. We got to have skin in the game. family, thank y'all for showing up tonight. And we ain't gonna worry about last words because we gave a lot. So
Indeed.
So with that in mind, family, we are getting ready to say our adieus. We love you all very much. Thank you so much for showing up. As always, family, love yourselves without hating your enemies. And until next time, y'all bless and salam.